Hi guys, today we are going to discuss Cambridge Lower Secondary Checkpoint, Science Paper 1, April 2021, 45 minutes, paper code 1113/01. Let's get started. First we will see the question. So you may take a screenshot if you would like to and pause for a while for practice. Let's start from number 1. Here's number 1. And zoom out so you may take a screenshot of the whole page for number 1. This is number 1, A, B, C. Number 1, A, B, C. Alright. This is number 2, A, B, to AB. I will take a screenshot. Now let's go to number 3, A, B, 3AB, 3AB, and then this is number 3C, number 3C, and this is number 4. Let me zoom out so you may take a screenshot for number 4. This is question number 4. It's the whole question of number 4. Now let me zoom in. Number 4. And then this is still number 4. This is the table of number 4. And let's move to number 5, A, B, and then number 5C. We'll take the screenshot of number 5C. So now let me zoom out. This is 5, A, B, and 5C. This is the whole question of number 5. Now let's go to number 6. I will take the screenshot of the whole question number 6. Now let me zoom in. We'll make get bigger pictures. Number 6A, and this is still 6A, and this is 6B, and this is number 7, and this is question for number 7. And let me zoom up so you may take a screenshot of the whole question number 7. This is it, number 7. And now let's go to number 8 here, ABC. Let me zoom in so you may get a good pictures of number 8. Number 8A, number 8A, this is number 8B, 8C, ABC, and now let's move to 8D, 8D, and there's also 8E, D and E. Now let's move to question 9. Question 9. Question 9 here. Let me zoom out so you may take a screenshot of question 9. So this is the whole question of question 9. This is still question 9. Let me take the screenshot so we can practice and pause for a while. This is still question 9. This is question 9a. This is question 9a part 1 and part 2. And this is question 9b and 9c. So this is question 10a. This is question 10a. This is question 10b. Let me zoom out. So this is 10b. And this is it. Today we're going to discuss 1 till 10. 11 till the end we'll discuss in the next video. We'll put in the same playlist at the end screen of this video. Just click the window that pops out, then you'll get the video. It's for free, and subscribe also for free. If you open this video through YouTube via Susan Hira channel, just subscribe and ring the bell, then you'll get notified for all our updates that cover all past paper and all other interesting topics. Now let's start discussion of the mark scheme. So I believe you have paused the video and try on your own, at least for 30 minutes. Now let's do the discussion of the mark scheme together. Look at the diagram. It shows part of the alimentary canal A, B, C, D, E, where is acid added to the alimentary canal. So acid is added in the stomach because there is hydrochloric acid that is produced in the stomach. So A is the esophagus, B is stomach, C is, zoom out what C is. This one is big intestine, while D is the small intestine, and E is the liver. So the question is, look at the diagram. It shows part of the alimentary canal. Where is acid added? Acid added. So where is acid added to the alimentary canal? The answer is to the stomach. The hydrochloric acid is produced in the stomach. So we circle B. Is it right? Now let's move to the next number. Where is digested food absorbed from the alimentary canal into the blood? Circle the correct answer. So it will be in the small intestine. It's the last process before it goes to the rectum. So it will be D. It will be absorbed to the blood. Let's see here the C1. Look at the part labeled A on the diagram. Write down the names of the two parts of the alimentary canal that part A connects. So part A is esophagus. So it connects stomach and it connects the mouth. So it connects the throat with the stomach. So we write here throat with the stomach. Let's move to question 2. If you have any questions, feel free to write in the comment section. And Susan Hira channel will surely reply to you and give another explanation if it's needed. Number 2, look at the description of 3 rocks A, B, C. Rock A is formed in layers, it is soft and contains fossils. Rock B is made when molten rock cools, it's hard and contains crystals. Rock C is very hard, it contains distorted fossils due to high temperatures and high pressures. A. Complete the sentences to name each type of rock. Choose from the list. So rock A, if this is contain fossil, it will be sedimentary rock. Rock B is made of when molten rock cools, is hard and contain crystals. This will be igneous rock. Rock C contain distorted fossils due to high temperature and high pressure. When you see the word high pressure and high temperature, it should refer us to metamorphic rock. Is the keyword for that? Alright, let's go to question B. Describe how sedimentary rock is formed. So, sedimentary rock is formed from the broken remains of other rocks that become joined together. The pieces of broken rock is transported through rivers and deposited at a lake or the sea. The deposited rocks build up in layers called sediment. This is the process of sedimentary rock is formed. If you have any question, guys, just feel free to write in the comment section. Now let's go to number 3. Some objects in the universe are seen because they emit light. Other objects are seen because they reflect light. The boxes next to the objects that emit light. The object that emit light is star and the sun. Jupiter, Mars, and Earth, Moon, they are not stars, so they do not emit light. Number 3b, which scientists first suggested that the planet in our solar systems orbit the sun. Circle the correct answer. Is it Copernicus, Darwin, Galileo, or Rutherford? Well, it's Copernicus that um, proposed the theory that he discovered the Earth move around the sun and all the planets in the solar system move around the sun. Darwin will be for the evolutionary theory, Rutherford will be the view for atom, and Galileo with the invention of its telescope of Jupiter. Well, we see the order of the planet. This is the Sun. This is Mercury, Venus, Earth, Moon. Earth is Moon of the Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and this is Pluto. Then we see the answer. There are so many ways to remember this, the order of the solar systems. So we can use this as M for my very easy method, M for method, J for just, S for speed, U for up, and N for nothing. So for this question, which of these planets is closest to the Sun? Circle the correct answer. It will be Venus. Venus, because Venus is closer. Jupiter is here, further away. Neptune is the furthest. Then Earth is still further from the sun, so closest to the sun, this is the sun, is Venus. Number 4, the diagram shows the shells of 5 mollusks labeled A, B, C, D, E. Use the key to identify the scientific names of the 5 mollusks. Number 1, shell consists of one single part, and go to 2. One single part is C and A, while the other has 2 parts. We go to 2. Shell is spiral shape, so the mollusk is buccinum, spiral shape. So from A and C, the one that's spiral shape is the shape like this one. You can see from here that is this spiral shape like this. So this will be buccinum. So it's not spiral shape, it's patella. There's a patella. Done, this is done. This is done. Shell consists of 2 parts, is B, C, or D. So we have choice B, C, or D. Then let's go to T3. Shell is long and thin, is ANSYS. This is long and thin, so this will be ANSYS. Shell is not long and thin, we go to 4. We have 2 options left, C and B and E. B and E. Shell has a small tuft of hairs. Mollusk is Mytilus. This is a small tuft of hair. Mytilus. Then this one is the last choice is shell does not have a small tuft of hairs, is Austria. So now we have all the answer. Buccinum is letter C. And then ANSYS is letter D. Mytilus is letter B. Austria is letter E. And patella is letter A. That's it for this one. Now we go to number 5. Number 5, the diagram shows part of the periodic table. This one. The number of each chemical symbol shows the number of protons in the atom. So the numbers. How many protons are there in an atom of sodium? Sodium, the symbol is Na, so 11, so it will be 11. How many electrons are there in the atom of oxygen? Oxygen, the symbol is O. Take the first letter O. For sodium, we have to remember that it's Na. Oxygen has 8 electrons. In a neutral atom, the number of proton is equals to the number of electron. So it is 8 proton. Oxygen also has 8 electron. Let's go to C. Look at the diagram of an atom here. Write down the chemical symbol for this atom. So let's count how many electrons are there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it has 8 electrons. So it also has 8 protons. So 9. It is 9. So 9 we have to see. 9 is F, fluorine. So this will be fluorine. Next, label the diagram. Choose from the list. Elicit electron, neutron, or proton. For this one, electron is always located around the nucleus. This is nucleus. It is orbiting the nucleus. So we have count it. It has 9 electrons. So this is electron. While in the center is proton and neutron. The neutral atom, we said that number of proton is equal to number of electron. So now since it has 9 electron, so it must also have 9 proton. Let's count the black 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9. So there are 9 black circles, so this must be also proton, because the number of proton has to be equals to the number of electron. Now the rest is white. It will be neutron. Neutron is 1 2, so it will be 1 2. Let's count the white one. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So it has 10 neutron. And if we count the white, this one, it is the neutron. It has 10 neutron. That's the reason we know that this is neutron, because it has 10. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. 10 neutron. It has 9 proton. It has 10 neutron. It has 9 electron. So we have labeled this. Now let's go to question 6. It's physics. Let's see, it has 2 sounds wave oscilloscope traces. Circle the correct answer. Which trace has the higher pitch? Higher pitch, it means more dense, more compressed. It means high frequency, so it should be the A, high frequency, because it's more compressed. It has shorter wavelength, and it is same 1 2 3 4 5 6. With same 6 unit, it has many wavelength. This is 1 2 3 4 5 6. This is only 1 and 2. So this one has higher pitch, trace A, because it has higher frequency and shorter wavelength. Which trace has the lower frequency? It will be trace B, because it has longer wavelength. This longer wavelength, so it has lower frequency. So shorter wavelength. So only this one. This is the wavelength. Which trace is louder? Louder is determined by this amplitude. Amplitude is from the middle line. We go to here. So amplitude. Well, this one is here. Work about the same. So they have the same loudness. Which trace has the lower amplitude? Let us see that it has the same amplitude and the same distance from middle line to the peak. So they have the same amplitude and same loudness. Same loudness. Sounds waves are produced by a vibrating object. What does the vibrating object do to the air particles around it? So it causes the movement in surrounding air molecules and vibrates them. Let's see number 7. Look at the diagram of 4 different varieties of the same species of chicken, A, B, C, D. A farmer uses selective breeding to produce a new variety of chicken. This new variety of chicken must be black with white spots and have large tail. Describe 2 stages in the production of this new variety of chicken. So what they want is white spot and large tail, black. Question 7. So the idea is black. This is black, white spot. Black with white spot will be this one. Black with white spot. Yeah. And then have large tail. Large tail will be this one has large tail. So in order to obtain chicken with a large tail and black with white spot, we have to choose parent A and B, because A and B have that desired characteristic. And then after that, choose the then choose the offspring. Choose the best offspring. Choose the best offspring to produce next generation. Next generation. Number 2, I guess. Choose parents A and B, then choose the best offspring to produce next generation, and then repeat the process continuously. That's it. Repeat the process continuously. If you have any questions, please feel free to write in the comment section. This is our answer. We choose parents A and B that meet this requirement, and then choose the best offspring to produce next generation and repeat the process continuously. Let's go to question 8. Carlos investigates the reaction between magnesium and hydrochloric acid. Look at the diagram. It shows the apparatus he uses. This is the hydrochloric acid in the alum layer, and excess of magnesium lumps in here. This is the gas range. Carlos measures the total volume of gas made every 30 seconds. Look at the diagram of the gas range below. What is the volume of gas in the gas range? Zoom this out. This will be 40, 50, we count by 49, 48, so it's 40, 48 cm. Now, Carlos decides to repeat his experiment, suggests why it is a good idea to repeat the experiment. So it will be to get a reliable results. The hydrochloric acid in the experiment is corrosive. Describe how Carlos controls its safety risk by using gloves. Use glue. Right. To protect his glove to protect his hand. Now let's move to number D. Look at his results. Time 0:32. 150 volume of gases. Noted. Circle the best way Carlos to present his result. Is it line graph, pie chart, scatter graph, or bar graph? So with this we can display in a line graph to show the line graph like this. Because this one will be the time, it will be the volume in cm squared. It will be 0 to 0, 30 to 20, and then so on. It will be something like this. It will be something like this because at the end this is 50, so it should be flat here. So this will be the time 30, 60, 90, 120, and 150. So the graph will be something like this. This is time in second. Alright, let's move to number E. This will be 20 here. It will be going up here all the way to 50 here. They must use double amount of acid from the first experiment since the gas produced from the first experiment is 50. So from the first experiment, the final end result is 50. Then we see this same 50 cm cube of gas is produced at the end. So if we want to make 100, 100 is 2 times of 50, so 50 times 2 to get 100. So we must use double amount of acid from the first experiment since the gas produced from the first experiment is 50 cm cube. That's how he decides to the correct concentration of acid to use. This one. Now let's move to question 9. Mike has 4 copper containers. He puts water in each container. He puts all the containers in a classroom at 20 degrees Celsius for 10 minutes. Mike draws this table about the containers. Container A, B, C, D, outside surface of the container, volume of water in cm cube, temperature of water at start in degrees Celsius. Mike compares container A with container B. Water cools faster in A than in B. Complete the sentence. The difference between the two containers is between A and B is outside surface of container is dull in A and in B is shiny. Now let's see next question. Complete sentence. Choose from the list: boiler, conductor, freezer, radiator. Water cools faster in container A because the container is the better. To cool fast, it need to be radiate heat. Boiler is not conductor. Freezer is of better radiator because it radiates the heat. Dull surface is a better radiator compared to shiny surface. B. Mike compares container C with container A. The water cools faster in C than in A. Why does the water cool faster in C than in A? C and in A. C is the same dull and dull outside surface in A and C. The same container, the same dull outside surface, but the difference is temperature at start is 60, while C is 70, which is higher. Well, temperature of water at start is 70 degrees in container C, which radiates heat faster at higher temperature. Compared to in containers A is the start is 60. Now Mike compares container D and containers A. The water cools faster in D suggests why. So we see D and A. This is D and A is the same doll. Service outside, same starting temperature, same volume of water. And let's compare A and D. D has greater surface area. That's why it radiates heat better than A, and it cools faster. Greater surface area. So we'll put down the greater contact surface area. Container D has a greater contact surface area with the air, so it goes faster. Now let's see next question. Number 10. Look at the pictures of an elephant. This is the tusk, trunk, large. Here is this one. Elephants are adapted to survive. Draw a line to match each adaptation with the reason why it helps the elephant survive. Large ears, trunk, tusk. The answer, large ear to keep elephant cool. So large ear can radiate the heat from the body to the surrounding. Trunk pull grass from the ground so it can reach the ground faster and used to fight the other elephant. B. The chart shows the population of elephant in different parts of Africa in 1981 and 1989. Population of elephant in thousands. Yeah. Which part of Africa was the largest decrease in population of elephants between 1981 and 1989? Largest will be this one, East Africa. Will be deforestation, so it take away the habitat of the elephant and hunting elephant for tusk. Question 11. Look at the diagrams. You may take a screenshot for a while and pause this video, try to practice, and then after that we can see the discussion together. So I'll just scroll all over this question and you may take a screenshot of this. I'll zoom up so you can take the whole picture screenshot. Question 11. This is the whole question of number 11. 11A and B. Let me zoom it out more smaller. So this is the question 11. Question 11. This is, let me zoom. So you take screenshot of question 11. This is the information A, B, C, D, F. And this is question A and B. A and B, 11A and B. You take the screenshot. Now you can pause and try to do the question. Now this is question 12. A, B, C, part 1 and part 2. This is the whole question 12. Now I zoom in. This is question 12. A, B, C, and then C part 1, C part 2. Now this is question 13. This is 13. All question 13. Let's move on to question 13b and 13c. This is 13b and this is 13c. This is the whole page of page 19. Page 19, yes. Now this is the blank page and that's it. It's answer number 13. So today we have 3 questions to cover: 11, 12, 13. Question 1 till 10 we have discussed in the previous video in the same playlist. At the end screen of this video, if you open this video in YouTube via Susan Hira channel. 11. Look at the diagrams. They show the arrangement of particles in solids, liquids, and gases. Look at the statement about solids, liquids, and gases. A. Are usually hard. B. Take the shape of the container they are put into. Can be compressed or squashed. They fill any container they are put into. Have a fixed shape. Cannot flow easily. Complete the table by putting the letter for each statement into the correct column. One letter has been done for you. So for are usually hard is for solid. So this will be A. Take the shape of the container they are put into, it will be liquid. Can be compressed or squashed, it will be gas. Completely fill any container they are put into is also gas. Have a fixed shape is solid. Cannot flow easily is also solid. So this table is completed. Now let's see question B. Liquids can evaporate. Explain what happened to the particles in liquid during evaporation. So the particles move and vibrate quickly, so quickly that they escape into the atmosphere as gaseous state. So it turns from liquid into gas. Now let's see question 12. The diagram shows part of a flower that is pollinated by bees. Stigma, anther, petal. The male and female parts of the flower are protected by petals. Write down one other function of petals. So to attract insects which can pollinate the flowers, write down one function of the anther. Pampers to produce pollen. So what happened during pollination? Pollen from anthers lands to the stigma. Describe what happened after pollination. After pollination, fertilization happened and flowers produce seeds. Number 13. Mia is a dancer. The force she exerts on the floor is 500 Newton. She stands with both feet flat on the floor. The area of her shoes in contact with the floor is 400 cm square. Calculate the pressure she exerts on the floor. To count this question, we have to remember the formula of pressure is equal to force over the contact area, where pressure is the one that we count. The force is 500 Newton. The area is 400. Now we cross these two zeros, so it becomes 5 over 4. 5 over 4 is equals to 1.25. 1.25 Newton per centimeter square. Now let's move to B. Mia stands on the point of her feet. Yeah, this is point. Her new area of contact with the floor is 10 cm square rather than 400 cm square. What happened to the pressure she exerts on the floor? Since the formula for pressure is force over area, and Mia still have the same exert the same force 500 Newton and now become 10. Now it becomes 550 Newton per cm square, which is much bigger compared to the first answer is 1.25. So this is 50. So it increased the pressure. The pressure increases to 50 Newton per cm square. Now let's see number C. Mia balances on one point here. She cannot remain on one point for a long time because it may damage her toes. Just why this may damage her toes? Because one point, it means it's only 2 feet is 10. 2.1 point will be only the area of this contact will be only 5 cm square, and it even give more pressure to the toes. So the force is the same, 400 over 5. Now it becomes 100 Newton per cm squared, which is so great. So the pressure increases to 100 Newton per meter square and can hurt her toes. Alright, that's it. That's it. So let me scroll up. Let me take a screenshot of all the answer from question 11. So this is question 11. This is question 11A. B. This is question 12. This is question 12A, B, and this is question 12C, part 1 and part 2. And this is question 13. This is question 13A. Yeah, answer for 13A. And this is answer for 13B. And 13C, part 13C. Okay, that's it for today. So today we have discussed Science Checkpoint Paper 1, April 2021, Lower Secondary. Check link in the description. Click this button at the right bottom corner in this video if you open through YouTube from Susan Hero channel. Check for other useful videos. Subscribe for free and ring the bell so you'll be notified with our updates that cover all the past paper and interesting topic. Like and share to anybody who might need it. Today's discussion is conducted by Study with Tuition Online. Please email us if you do need the free soft copy of PDF of this past paper or if you're interested to join with us. Bye bye and God bless you. Hi guys, today we are going to discuss Cambridge Lower Secondary Checkpoint past paper April 2021, paper 2, Science, paper code 1113/02. This is to be done in 45 minutes. Let's get started from number 1. First, I will scroll all over the question, so you may take a screenshot if you like to and After that, you can pause the video used for practice, and we can see the marks came together. This is question number 1A. This is question number 1A and B. This is question number 2A. And this is question number 2A and B. This is question number 3A and 3B. And this is question number 4 here. And this is the question number 4. Let's move to question number 5. This is question number 5A. And this is question 5B. And this is question number 6A. And 6B will be here. And this is question number 6C. Next, let's move to question number 7. This is number 7. This is 7A. And this is 7B. And this is 7C. Now let's move to next question. This is question 8 with a diagram. And this is the table for question 8. This is question 8A, part 1 and part 2. This is question B. So this is question 8A and B. I will take the screenshot. Now let's move to next question, question 9. Table. Take a screenshot of the whole table, and you can see this is question A. This is question A, and this is question B, 9B, and this is the graphing. You have to screenshot the whole graph so you can make the graph here. So this is the whole graph for this question. And this is question 9B graphing and B part 2. Question B part 2. You have to get the answer from the graph later. We'll see the discussion together. This is question 10. This is diagram. This is the question. A, B, C, D. You have to match. Next, this is question number 11. A, B, C, D. And this is question number 12. A. And then 12B and 12B. Let's move to next question, number 13. This is the question 13. And this is the diagram. I will take the screenshot. And this is question 13A and B. Move to next question, number 14. This is the information. And this is the question 14A and 14B. That's it for today. Now let's scroll up to do the discussion together. Question number 1. Yuri draws a pictures of fungus living near some trees. After 3 days, he draws another pictures of some fungus. Look at these two pictures. Day 1 and day 4. The pictures shows evidence that the fungus is a living organism. What is the evidence? You can see that the offspring here is 2, and there is 1, 2, 3, 4 new offspring is shown in here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the evidence is it reproduced. We have to remember the characteristic of living things. Mrs. Grant: movement, respiration, sensitivity, growth, reproduction, excretion, and nutrition. So reproduction is one of the characteristic. The answer for this is it can increase in number or it can reproduce. Let's move to the next question. Yuri's teacher says that there are more characteristics of living organism. Next, let's move to question B. Yuri's teacher says there are more characteristics of living organisms. Write down three other characteristics of living organism. We can write one of these. It can be respiration, sensitivity, growth, excretion, and nutrition or movement. The other three will be it can move, it needs nutrition, it can grow. If you have any question, please feel free to write in the comment section. If you watch this video through Susan Hira YouTube channel, you may write down the comment. We'll surely explain to you further with another video or another text. And let's move to next question. Number 2. These varieties of cat belongs to the same species, Siamese cat and Manx cat. Complete this definition of the species. Animals that belong to the same species are able to blank together to produce blank offspring, able to reproduce together, or you can say able to interbreed together, or able to mate together to produce fertile offspring. Siamese cat and Manx cat shows variation within the species. Describe two differences shown in the diagram between Siamese cat and Manx cat. Well, let's see from here. We can see that Manx cat, it does not have tail. This one have tail. The second difference is Manx cat have round head, while this is not round. Or we can say that Manx cat has elongated hind legs. Or we can say Siamese cat has darker area on their feet, leg, tail, and their face. But Manx cat do not have that. Here we go. We answered number 1. Manx cat are tailless. Siamese cats have tail. Number 2. Siamese cat have darker areas on their feet, legs, tails, and face. Here, while Manx cat don't have that. Okay. Let's move to the next question. So I repeat question B.2. Siamese cat have darker areas on their feet, legs, tails, and face, while Manx cat don't have that characteristic. You can see clearly from here. Let's move to next question. Question 3. This question is about different types of chemical reaction. Complete the sentences. Choose from the list: combustion, displacement, neutralization, respiration, rusting. Burning a fuel in air is always a combustion. The reaction between an acid and an alkali is called neutralization. This we have to remember. Three B. Complete the word for the reaction between calcium carbonate and hydrochloric acid. Calcium carbonate plus hydrochloric acid will produce calcium chloride. And for this, we have to remember the reaction between acid and carbonate. So if metal carbonate react with acid, it will produce salt, carbon dioxide, and water. This is the reaction of acid with carbonate that we have to remember. So this is the salt, calcium, combined with the chloride, calcium chloride is the salt. Then we have water and carbon dioxide. So we have to remember this reaction. It's very important. Next, move to question 4. Look at the diagram. It shows white light being split into different colors. Complete the sentences. Choose from the list. Dispersion 8, filter, mirror, prism, reflection, refraction, screen 7, 6, spectrum. When white light enters a prism, it's split into 7 different colors. The process is known as dispersion. The different colors are known as the colors of the refraction, of colors of the spectrum. White lights enter a prism, is split into 7 different colors. The process is known as dispersion. The different colors are known as the colors of spectrum. So this is the white light dispersion. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 colors. This is color spectrum. I hope it will be clear. If you have any question, please feel free to write in the comment section. Well, let's move to next question. Question number 5. This question is about element, compounds, and mixtures. Look at the boxes. They show the particles in some substances. A, B, C, D. Which box shows a mixture of 2 elements? Element is one atom only. It does not have the mix like this. This is compound. This is also compound. So 2 elements. We will choose this one because it has 2 colors, and this is element and this is elements. A compound is made of only sodium and chlorine. What is the name of this compound? It should be sodium chloride. Let's move to next question. Let's move to next question. Question 6. Mia measures the current in different electrical circuits. Write down the name of the piece of equipment used to measure the current. It will be ammeter. So it's ammeter. Mia connects an electrical circuit with 1 cell and 2 lamps. It's 1 cell, 2 lamps. The reading on A1 is 0.125 amp. Write down the 2 missing reading. But since this is a series circuit, how do we know it's a series circuit? Because it's in one link. It does not have any branch. So this is series, and in series, the current all over around A1, A2, A3 is the same, because there's no split of current, there's no parallel, there's no branch. So this is all the same. This should be 0.125 and 0.125. So this is the main idea. The current in series circuit are all the same. Let's move to the next one. Mia connects 3 more circuits using the same size cells and lamps here. So in here the difference is 1 cell, 2 cells, 3 cells. The reading on A4 is 0.25. Write down the 2 missing readings on A5 and A6. Since we have the same lamp, so we have the same resistance, but we have the different voltage. This is double, this is triple, and the current should result in, this will be double, 2 times 0.25, this will be 3 times 0.25, so this will be 0.5 m, and this will be 0.75 m. Well, if you have any question, just feel free to write in the comment section. Let's move to next one. Number 7, Chan measured the pulse rate of his friends before and after exercise. All the friends do the same amount and level of exercise. Here are his results. Carlos, Mike, Oliver. Pulse rate before exercise is 74, 72, 69. Pulse rate after exercise is 104, 105, and 98. Change in pulse rate in beats per minute. We just have to count this one minus this one. So 104 minus 74 will be 30. 105 minus 72 will be 33. 98 minus 69 will be 29. Okay, let's see, calculate the change in pulse rate for each friend. Write your answer in the table. It is done. Are Chan's result reliable? Well, we see that there's no information that the experiment is repeated, so we will say no. Explain your answer. The experiment is not repeated. The experiment is not repeated and the data cannot be cross-checked because it's done once. It doesn't say that there is a repetition in this. And Chen make this statement: Mike is the fittest boy in my school. Write down few reasons why Chen's statement is not correct. We'll see the data of Mike. The change, Mike actually has the highest increase in pulse rate. So the fittest will have actually the least increase in the pulse rate after exercise, which is Oliver. So Mike has the highest increase in pulse rate. Oh, the second is Oliver should be the fittest since he has the smallest increase compared to others. So Oliver only has increase of 29. Now let's look at question 8. Look at the diagram. It shows solutions being mixed in a plastic cup. Lead, thermometer, mixtures of solutions, plastic cups. Look at the table. It shows the result of 5 experiments. Which experiments transfer the most thermal energy into the solution? See, this is the highest. So this one will be D. Complete the sentences. The reaction in experiment blank is endothermic because. So to see endothermic reaction, we have to see that it is lower. Well, this is higher. This is plus 9, plus 11. There's increase in 11. This is minus 5. This is 0. This is plus 17. This is plus 12. So this is the only one that minus, it means the temperature decrease. Then we can answer this question, that is B. The reaction in experiment B is endothermic because the temperature after mixing solution decrease. So we can say the temperature decreases by 5 degrees here. Suggest a reason for the result in experiment C. Well, in C we see there is no change in temperatures. It means there is no reaction. So that's for C, there's no reaction. Let's move to the next question. Question 9. Priya measures the distance of a swimmer moved every 5 seconds. Investigates 2 different swimming styles, butterfly and backstroke. Time is of every 5 seconds, and this is the distance in meter. One of the results is anomalous. Circle the anomalous result in the table. Obviously, this one is different by 0.5. This one is different by 1.5. This one is different by quite much. 9.5. This one is different by only 2. This is different by 4. So the one that is different is this one, because this is the highest difference. That's how we answer the question. Circle the animals. The animals will be this one. Next, complete the distance times for the butterfly style. Label X and Y axis. Plot the 3 points and draw the line of best fit. Well, this will be our data. This is distance, this is times, this is the 3 other graph we plot from here, which is 25, 33, and 42 for the butterfly style. This is butterfly style, and draw a line of best fit here. It should be drawn with the ruler. Predict the distance the swimmer moved in the first 12 seconds. So 12 seconds, we'll see from here, 12 seconds is this. 12 seconds in here. So we have to move. Should go to here. It is 19 meter. It will be 19 meter. Next, this is question number 10. The diagram shows the heart of a human. The darker gray shading shows oxygenated blood. Yeah. Use the information in the diagram to match each letter with the correct description of the blood vessels. So this one we will label this one first. We have 2 blood vessels, vein and artery. How to remember that? Vein has IN. When this is the blood vessel, they take blood into the heart. So we see from diagram, this is atrium, this is ventricle, and this is going from here, go to the whole body. So this is artery, this is going out, and this one also from here, this is atrium, this is ventricle, this is going out of the heart to the lung. So this is artery. All these 2 are vein, because the blood vessels carry the blood from the body to the heart. So vein into the heart. This is into the heart. This is from the bottom part of the body, from the upper part. And this is also into the heart, vein into the heart. This one from the lungs into the heart, from the whole body into the heart. Well, this one is artery. This one is from the heart to the whole body. And this is also artery from the heart to the lungs. So this one will be oxygenated. You supply the oxygen to the whole body. This one will be deoxygenated. So this will be deoxygenated blood, because it's from the ventricles to the lungs for oxygen or gases exchange, and this is the oxygenated blood channel to the heart and to the atrium, and then go down to ventricles, and from ventricle this part goes to the whole body. So based on that, this will be our answer. So A will be artery taking deoxygenated blood to the lungs. Yeah. B will be vein taking oxygenated blood to the heart. This is the vein taking the oxygenated blood to the heart. The C is artery taking oxygenated blood to the body. Here, going out to the body. And D will be vein taking deoxygenated blood to the heart. Taking deoxygenated blood, so from the whole body, deoxygenated blood is taken by the vein to the heart. Alright, if you have any question, please feel free to write in the comment section. We will surely reply to you with another explanation if you open this video to Susan Ira YouTube channel. Let's move to question 11. Look at the chemical symbols for four metals: Cu, Zn, Na, and Ca. Answer the questions. Each chemical symbol can be used once, more than once, or not at all. Which of the four metal is the most reactive? To answer this, we have to remember the list of metal reactivity. Let's see. Now, here we go. We have the metal reactivity series. While our question was, where the question is Cu, Zn, Na, Cu, Zn, Na, and Ca. Na stands for sodium, Ca is calcium, Zn is zinc, Cu is copper. Now the one that is the less reactive is at the bottom, so it's copper. The most reactive is the top one. So the lowest reactive is Cu. The most reactive is the one that is at the top. At the top is sodium, Na. And which of four metal does not react with water or dilute hydrochloric acid? It will be the one that less reactive, copper here. It is not reacting with acid or water, so Cu, copper, will be the answer. Which of the four metals reacts slowly with dilute hydrochloric acid? It will be zinc, because zinc is the lowest between this sodium, calcium, and Zn. So it will be zinc. I think that's solved the problem. Let's move to next question. Safia draws two pie charts to show the energy resource used in her country: oil, natural gas, coal. This is natural gas. Natural gas, this one. Nuclear, coal, and renewable, this one. So these are the pictures. The pie chart for year 2040 shows the prediction energy resource use. The predicted natural gas use decreases from 2018 to 2040. Natural gas, this one. So it will be this one. So this is natural gas. And this is here. So it is predicted that this will be decreases from 2018 to 2040. So this much, and then this much. So it decreases. The predicted renewable use increased from 2018 to 2040. Renewable is this one. So it predicted that it is increases. You can see from the size of the pie chart is increases. Describe two other changes in the predicted energy resource use from 2018 to 2040. Now let's see that the oil will be also decrease. We can see that this one is smaller. One more will be the nuclear energy in here will be increased. So oil will decrease, nuclear energy will increase. This will sum up our answer. Predicted oil use decreases from 2018 to 2040, and the predicted nuclear use increases from 2018 to 2040. Name one renewable energy source. So one of it can be solar power energy or other things we just mentioned. Can be hydroelectric power, biomass power, geothermal, tidal power, and etc. Now let's move to question B part 2. Suggest why the renewable energy resource use is predicted to increase from 2018 to 2040. So it will be there's increasing concern over the environmental impact of fossil fuel combustion. Angelique, number 13, investigates how quickly plants absorb water. She uses the stem and leaf of a plant called celery. She puts a stem of celery in a jar of colored water. After 1 hour, she looks at the celery to see how much colored water it has absorbed. This is shown in the diagram. Leaf, celery stem, jar, colored water at the start, and after 1 hour here we can see colored water absorbed. So just how Angelique measured the amount of colored water the celery has absorbed. So the first question is Angelique can use measuring cylinder to measure the amount of colored water absorbed. Use measuring cylinder to count. To so use the measuring cylinder to measure the volume of water left after 1 hour. And subtract with the amount of water at the start. That will be the amount of colored water that the celery has absorbed. Angelique also investigates the effect of temperature on the absorption of water. State two variables that Angelique controls in this investigation. So if we talk about temperature, it should be the same temperature of water. Well, so if we investigate the effect of temperature, it means we vary the temperature. So then the other parameter we have to keep the same. So if we vary temperature, temperature will be the independent variable, and the dependent variable we have to measure is the amount of volume absorbed. So the other parameter we have to keep in control, which is the same. So what we change is only the temperature. So it means we have to keep uh, the same length of cereal plant, the same length. We have to use the same length and the same amount of volume of water at the start. So Angelique has to use same value of celery stems and same volume of water at the start, and only change the temperature to investigate the effect of temperature. While number 14, Carlos researches the solubility of different salts. He finds the information on the internet. Most sulfates are soluble in water except barium, calcium, and lead. All potassium and sodium salts are soluble in water. All nitrates are soluble in water, and most chlorides are soluble in water except lead and silver. Use the information to answer these questions. Write down the name of insoluble sulfate. So sulfate, this is sulfate. Most are soluble except barium, calcium, and lead. So we can answer barium sulfate, calcium sulfate, or lead sulfate. So I will choose barium sulfate. So here we go, barium sulfate. Look at the chemical formula of a salt. KCl. Is the salt soluble? K is potassium chloride. Let's see potassium and chloride. All potassiums are soluble, and most chloride soluble except lead. Most chloride soluble except lead and silver. So potassium is not in the list, not lead and not silver, and all potassium are soluble. So this is definitely will be soluble. Explain your answer because most all potassium salts are soluble in water. And that will be our reason. It's only 1 point. Okay, that's the last question for today's paper. Once again, if you have any question, please write down in the comment section. We'll surely reply to you with another explanation in order to help you to improve your understanding in science secondary checkpoint. And I'll scroll up to the beginning, so you may take a screenshot of all the mark scheme. So this is mark scheme for number 1A and B. This is the mark scheme for number 2A and B. This is the mark scheme for number 3A and B. And this is the mark scheme for number 4. And let's move on to number 5, mark scheme A, 5B. And let's move to number 6A, 6B, and this is 6C. This is 6C. And let's move to question 7. This is the table. And this is 7A, 7B, and this is 7C. And this is question number 8, mark scheme for 8A. This is 8A part 1, part 2, and 8B. Have you take the screenshot? Okay, this is question number 9. This is the circle. This is 9A. This is 9B. The whole graph is 9B. This is 9B. And this is 9B part 2. And this is number 10. This is the answer for number 10. This is the answer for number 11. This is the answer for number 12A and 12B. Right, now this is next is the answer for 13, A and B. And let's move to question 14 and 14B. So that's all for today. So today we have discussed science checkpoint past paper April 2021 with the paper code 111/02 is paper 2, and it's for lower secondary. Check link in the description. Click this at the right bottom corner of this video. If you open to Susan Hira YouTube channel, you'll find all other useful links, paper 1, the previous paper, and all the information related to science secondary checkpoint, as well as mathematics and English first language and English second language. Please subscribe and like this video. It will be helpful to us and encourage us to produce more videos like this. And ring the bell so you'll be first to be notified when we release our newest video. Share to anybody you think that might need it, because it's absolutely free. So that's all for today. We hope that it will be helpful to you. Today's paper is discussion. Today's discussion is conducted by Study with Teaching Online, Math, Bio, Physics, Chemistry. We cater for all these checkpoint, IB, and other quizzes. We will upload and update our video every week. And if you have any past paper need to be solved, any question, any request, any comment, please feel free to write in the comment section or directly email to us. We will respond as fast as possible. Okay, bye-bye and God bless you. Hi guys, today we are going to discuss Cambridge Lower Secondary Checkpoint, subject science, paper 1 with paper code 1113/01. It is past paper from October 2021. The duration for this test is 45 minutes. First, let's scroll all over this question. So you may take a screenshot and pause a while for practice, and after that we can see the discussion together. This is question number 1. You may take a screenshot, and this is question number 2A, and this is question number 2B. Let's move on to question number 2C, and this is question number 3. A and B and C, and there's 3D, question A, B, C, D, 3A, B, C, D. Now this is question 4A, and then this is question 4A, part 1, and there's A part 2, and there's question B. Let's move on to next question. Question number 5. The whole page of question number 5. And then let's move on to question number 5. A, B, and C. Now let's move on to next question. Next, let's move on to question 6A. This is the introduction for number 6. And this is 6A. And this is 6B and C. Now we go to number 7, A and B. And this is number 8, AB. And this is B part 1, 8B part 2, and this is number 8C. And next, let's move to question 9. 9A and 9B and 9C. Next, this is question number 10. And this is the graph. And this is question number 10A. So the whole page of question number 10. It's number 10. Next, let's move on to question number 10. A, B, and C. B, C, and D. B, C, and D, page 13. Have you taken the screenshot? Next, we move to question 11. And then this is question 12. Question 12. And next, let's move on to question. So question 12 is the last question for this paper. Now let's scroll up to see the discussion together. This is question number 1. The table describes some parts of the circulatory system. Complete the table. Part artery, heart, blank, vein. Function: artery carries blood from the heart. Heart, the function of the heart is to pump blood around the body. Next, something allows exchange of substances between blood and organs. So it will be capillary in here, and vein. Vein is to carry blood back to the heart. Now let's see the explanation. The blood goes out and into the heart. The blood that goes out travels through the artery and then travels through the artery to parts of body, and in artery it goes to smaller vessel called arteriole, And then capillaries is the smallest and tiniest blood vessels, where there will be exchange of substance between blood and organs. From capillaries that it goes to venule, smaller vein, and go to the vein and then go back into the heart. So that is the blood vessels in our body. So this is capillary, and this one will be the vein is to carry blood back to the heart. So how to not forget about the vein and artery? So let's see, vein has the letter IN, vein. So IN in here stands for into. So vein is the blood vessel that carries blood into the heart. So we will never forget that. While artery is the blood vessels that carries blood out of the heart, out from the heart. Artery is out from the heart, while vein is in into the heart. So we'll never forget this in and in. Okay, let's next move to the next one. If you have any question, please feel free to write down in the comment section. If you open this video through Susan Hira YouTube channel, we will surely reply to you with another video for explanation. Next, let's move to question number 2. The diagram shows a cooling curve for a pure substance. Temperature versus time in minutes. Gas, liquid, solid, freezing, and X. Which word describe the process X on the cooling curve? Circle the correct answer. So X will be from gaseous state and turned into liquid, from gas into liquid. Let's see the process of change of state. There are 6 phases of matter change. So from just now the question from gases turned into liquid, we call this as condensation. While the opposite process is liquid to gas is evaporation. Solid to liquid melting, liquid to solid freezing, solid to gas is sublimation, and gas to solid is called deposition. So we have to remember these 6 phases of matter change. Our answer will be from gas to liquid is condensing. Question B. Describe 2 things that happen to the particles of the substance during freezing. What happened to the particles of substance during freezing? What happened to the particles in solid, liquid, and gas? This is what makes them different. Solid have definite shape and volume, cannot be compressed, and the particles, this is the answer, are closely packed. While liquid have definite volume but no definite shape, can be compressed to a small extent, and particles are not as closely packed as in solid. So that's the difference. While gas, no definite shape and volume, highly compressible, particles are loosely packed. So our answer will be particles get closer together and become tightly packed, and particles are losing energy since they don't move as freely as in liquid and in gas. Question C. A solid is heated until it becomes a gas. Sketch a graph to show how the temperature changes during this process. Use the axis provided, temperature in vertical axis and time in minutes. So to do this, we have to show that changes from solid into gas. The first, if it's from solid, temperature has to increase until it reaches its melting point. Then it will be flat at melting point. So from solid it goes into liquid, and after that, after all is in liquid state, this is liquid state, this is solid, it will be increase again temperature until it reach the boiling point, and then it will start to flatten again. So this is liquid into gas state, and after every particle is in gas state, then it will be increase the temperature of the gas state, particles in gas state. So we have to show two flat line here and three vertical slanted vertical lines. So let's change from solid liquid and then liquid to gas. Next, let's move on to question number 3. Look at the diagram of the Sun and 8 planets. Letters represent the Earth. Let's move to the notes. Well, we have, this is the Sun and this is all the planets. We have to memorize with the mnemonic. Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto is not really considered as planet anymore. Then we have to remember this order. So Mercury is for my very easy method. J is just speed up nothing. So this is how we remember. My is for Mercury, very is for Venus, easy is for Earth, method is for Mars, just is for Jupiter, speed up is speed, Saturn, up is Uranus, nothing is for Neptune. Alright, my very easy method, just speed up nothing. Easy to memorize, right? My very easy method, just speed up nothing. This is a question, represent the Earth. So my very easy method, just speed up nothing. So this will be the Earth. Number C. Which letter represents the planet that takes longest time to orbit the Sun? Will be the furthest planet. It is H because it has the greatest orbital path. C. Which letter represents the largest planet in our solar system? It will be this one. Okay. Is the planet E. Right, let's move on to next question. D. Write down the names of planets B, F, and H. So B will be Venus. B will be Venus. F will be Saturn. And H will be Neptune. N for Neptune. So it's easy if we remember the mnemonic. My very easy method, just speed up nothing. So let's type it down. So this is our answer. From here, from the mnemonic, Venus, F for S for Saturn, H for Neptune. Alright, if you have any further question, please feel free to write down in the comment section in Student Hero YouTube channel. Now let's move to question number 4. 4a, this cactus lives in a hot and dry desert. Spines, stem, sand, and root. The cactus has long roots that spread out in sand. Just how roots help the cactus survive in the hot and dry desert? Well, its long roots help to absorb more water. Question B, explain one other way the cactus is adapted to living in a hot and dry desert. Well, we see in here there is a stem that thick, or you can mention the spines grow instead of leaves to reduce water loss, while the stem is fleshy stem to store water. If you have any other answer, please Write in comment section, we will surely clarify to you if you're doubtful with your answer. So we write down one answer here. It has fleshy stem to store water. Now let's move to question number B. The cactus is eaten by kangaroo rats is a type of rat. The kangaroo rats are eaten by snakes. Desert foxes feed on snakes. Complete the food chain for this organism. So we'll start from the cactus here and eaten by the cactus will be in the first cactus, eaten by the kangaroo rats will be second box, and then kangaroo rats eaten by the snakes, and desert fox feed on the snake. So we just write down the answer here. So this will be our answer: cactus, kangaroo rats, snakes, and desert fox. And we have to put arrow. Let's show that there is energy transfer from cactus to kangaroo rats to snake, and snake to the desert fox. That will be our answer. Right, let's move on. Now we are in question 5. Jamila makes zinc sulfate. This is chemistry. She uses an acid and zinc metal. The diagram shows the stages Jamila uses to make zinc sulfate. The stages are not in correct order. A is heat the filtrate to concentrate the solution. B is filter the reaction mixture. C is excess zinc to the acid, then gently heat. And then we see D is dry the zinc sulfate crystals with filter paper. Next is E is leaves the filtrate to evaporate slowly. Now the question is, put the stages in correct order to show the method. Correct method, so one has been done for you. A will be the third step. Let's check. A is the third step. So this is the third step. There will be first, second, and fourth and fifth step. So first, what is the experiment aimed? Uses acid and uses metal, zinc metal, to make a salt, zinc sulfate. So let's check acid and metal. So this will be the first, since it says that add excess zinc to the acid. So this is the first step to mix the zinc with the acid. Step number 2, then in here the reaction will happen because it's gently heat. The salt will form, the zinc will form the zinc sulfate. The zinc sulfate will form. After that, there will be an excess. There will be an excess of the metal because in here is excess. Then we have to filter. So this will be number 2 to remove the excess zinc. After that is we get the filtrate, which is the zinc sulfate. We heat the filtrate to concentrate the solution, and then we leave the filtrate to evaporate slowly. After that, we'll obtain the dry zinc sulfate crystal. We will dry them with filter paper. So the order will be C followed by B and then A, C, B, A, and then E and D. Right down here. C, B, A, and E followed by D. That's our answer. Question B, write down the name of the acid Jamila used to make zinc sulfate. Will be The name sulfate is there. We just use acid, sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. Next, when the miller adds zinc to the acid, a gas is made. Write down the name of this gas. So it is reaction between metal and acid will produce hydrogen gas and salt. This is a typical reaction of acid with metal that we should remember. Metal in that case is zinc plus acid. Sulfuric acid will produce salt, zinc sulfate, and hydrogen gas. Well, this is another reaction that we remember. We have to remember. Okay, let's move on to next question. So as hydrogen gas. Next, we move to question number 6. Oliver investigates how the number of lamps in a circuit affect the current. He connects the lamps in series. He uses identical lamps. Oliver writes his results in a table. Number of lamps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and current in amp 6, 3, 2.8, 1.5 watt. Question 6a. Draw a graph of the results by labeling the number of lamps on the x-axis and then the current on the y-axis and plotting all the points. So we have the graph here. So we just have to do accordingly. Number of lamp. So we have to label this one. So we label this current in amp and number of lamp in horizontal axis. Now let's check the data. Number of lamps 1, and then we label this one 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the current will be 1 to 6 amps. So we just label this one 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 amp. Now let's plot it. Number of lamps 1, and then the current is 6. So it'll go up way there. And then 2 is 3. Yeah. Number of lamp 3 is 2.8. Somewhere here, 2.8. And 4 will be 1.5. 1.5 is somewhere in the middle here. And 5 will be 1. 5 will be 1 somewhere here. Now we plot all the points. So this is done. Plot all the points. Complete the graph by putting a circle around the anomalous answer and joining all other points with smooth curve. So we have to make a smooth curve. So we join from here, going all the way to there. So there's one anomalous answer, which is this one. So this is the anomalous result, this one. It is not in the smooth curve. That is in number of lamp 3. So we circle as it is instructed, putting a circle next. Describe 2 patterns in his results. So we see the 2 patterns from its result is as the number of lamp increases, the current decreases, and the relationship is not linear. It doesn't create straight line. So this is our answer. As the number of lamp increases, the current decreases. The relationship is not linear. Let's move to question number 7. This question is about growing tomato plants. 7A Part 1. Write down the name of process in tomato plants which uses carbon dioxide. 7A Part 2. Write down the name of two products of this process. 7A Part 3. State one reasons why this process is important for animals. Let's take a look at our notes. So plants need sunlight, carbon dioxide, and water to do photosynthesis, and it will produce sugar or glucose and oxygen. So plant need three basic things to live: water, sunlight, and carbon dioxide. So our answer in here will be written the name of process in tomato plant which uses carbon dioxide. It will be a photosynthesis. Next, write down the name of two products of this process. It will be oxygen and glucose or sugar. Next, state one reason why this process is important for animals. Of course, it provides a source of food for animals and also oxygen for respiration. Question B. Tomato plants need to absorb mineral salts. Write down the name of the part of plant that absorb mineral salts. It will be the roots. So it will be the roots. And describe how mineral salts are transported in plants. So it will be through xylem fascicles from the root up all the way to the plant, the other part of plant. So from the roots, it is transported to xylem, is a vascular bundle, to other parts of plants. Alright, next is question 8. This chemistry. ICO investigates the reaction of magnesium with hydrochloric acid. This is the hydrochloric acid and excess magnesium ribbon here. Now the diagram shows her equipment. This is the delivery tube and this is the gas produced and this is the measuring cylinder, bowl and water. ICO uses the equipment label X to measure the volume of gas made in the reaction. Write down the name of equipment X. So X is a measuring cylinder, right? Let's move on. X is measuring cylinder and B. ICO collect 35 cm cube of gas in 5 minutes. ICO wants to find out what happens when the concentration of acid is increased. ICO doubles the concentration of acid she uses and repeats the experiment. Now, predict the volume of gas she collects in 5 minutes. So the same. At first, ICO collects 35 cm cube. Now, if the concentration is double, what do you think is the answer? So, because the double amount of the reactant concentration, so we should predict that this is double. That will be 70 cm cube. 70 will be our answer, and then explain your answer because since the concentration is double, so it will be more acid particle available to react with the excess magnesium. So the gas produced will be double. Write down the two variables she controls. So it should be things that should keep the same. The answer for this may vary. It will be temperature of acid or volume of acid or the size of magnesium. This is our answer. You may have different answer. If you are doubtful, you can write down in the comment section. We will reply to you. Question C. ICO wants to do similar investigation with sodium and hydrochloric acid. Explain why it would not be safe to use sodium. So sodium is more reactive than magnesium, so it might be dangerous and might explode. This is our note of the list of the reactivity of metal. If we see in here, sodium is the second top, so it will be quite dangerous to use sodium because it's very reactive here. And then so you can see sodium here, it's very reactive, and this sodium is very reactive. While the first experiment used magnesium is not that reactive with acid, so that is the reason. So we see from the reactivity list. So our answer will be sodium with 2 reactive. and it might explode. Question number 9. Look at the pictures of a toad near a pond where it lives. Humans also live near the pond. Toads reproduce by laying their eggs in water. Just 2 ways human activity reduce the population of toads in the pond. What human do usually this is the negative impact of human to the environment. Human pollute the water or human destroy the habitat or the pond, maybe by building near the pond. That will be 2 possible answers. Human pollute the water. Human destroy the habitat of toads by building near the pond. Question B. Toads are vertebrates. They have lungs and moist skin. Complete this sentence about toads. Choose from the list. Amphibian, birds, fish, mammals, reptile. Toads belong to a group of vertebrate called, will not be fish, because fish will have fin. Well, it will not be fish because fish will have the fins and gills. Mammals will give birth to their young, while toads in here is within it, laying their eggs in water. While reptile has scaly skin, birds have wings, so the only possible answer is amphibian. Okay, the only possible answer is amphibian. The sentence about toads. All the toads in the pond reproduce together to produce fertile offspring. This means the toads in ponds are belong to the same species. Well, if they don't belong to the same species, then the offspring will not be able to reproduce, will not be fertile. Well, let's take example, or the famous example is the offspring from horse and donkey. They have different chromosomes, 64 and 62, and the offspring is called mule, is 63, and mule cannot reproduce. They have odd number of chromosomes. So organisms from different species will not have fertile offspring. In order to get fertile offspring, it has to be from the same species, from female and male. Now number 10, Lassie raises 4 snails. A, B, C, and D. She draws a distance time graph for each of the 4 snails. And the distance of the race is 50 cm here. Which snail wins the race? Circle from the answer. So which snail win the race? We see from the graph is the one that reaches faster is D, C. Let's see. D reach faster here. Only take 3 seconds, so it will be C. Now next, which snail doesn't move for the part of the race? So we'll see the one that has a flat, I mean the distance not moving, so it's B. Is B. Which snail move the fastest between 1 to 2 minutes? 1 to 2 minutes, let's mark 1 to 2 minutes here and here. Is the one that has the highest gradient, so it will be this one. So it will be C, has the highest gradient. This is not so high, this is flatter, this is flattest. This is horizontal, so the answer will be C because it has the steepest gradient between 1 to 2. What is the average speed of snail over 5 minutes? Snail D over 5 minutes. So we see the graph of D for 5 minutes. D is here. This is 5 minutes, and the distance travel is, we plot that it will be 40. So total distance is 40 over total time is 5. 40 divided by 5 is 8. divided by 5. Let's move on to next question. Question 11. Complete the sentences about the structures of the Earth. At the very center of the Earth this is surrounded by a layer of magma called the. On top of magma is the Earth outer layer called. This is structures and composition of the Earth. In the inside is called inner core, and then outer core and mantle and crust. So this is the notes of that. So the deepest layer is core. So our answer for this, at the very center of Earth is core. After that it will be, this is surrounded by a layer of magma called mantle, and then next is, on top of magma is a Earth outer layer called the crust. Well, that will be our answer. Next, number 12. The picture shows a fossil of fish. Fish are often destroyed when metamorphic rocks form. Explain why. So there are 3 types of rocks: sedimentary, metamorphic, and igneous rock. Sedimentary is deposited over the time by the sediment that is deposited over time, usually layers at lakes and oceans. For metamorphic rocks, it's created with the transformation of from other type of rock through heat and pressure. So the heat is pressure is the answer. Igneous is type of rock from under or above ground when magma cools. So just now we have discussed metamorphic rocks forms. Why? Because it is destroyed by the heat and also pressure. So they are destroyed by heat and high pressure. Well, this is the end of our discussion. Let's scroll up. So you may take a screenshot of all the mark scheme. So this is question number 1, mark scheme for number 1 here. I will take a screenshot, and this is number 2A and 2B. And this is 2C. And this is number 3, A, B, C. And 3D. Alright, let's move to answer for number 4A. And this is answer for number 4A, part 1, part 2, and 4B. And this is answer for number 5. Okay, and 5B and 5C. And this is number 6. Answer for number 6A. And this is 6B. C. Let's move on to question 7, A and B. And next is question number 8. Answer for number 8A. And 8B and 8B part 1 and B part 2. And this is question C. And next is question number 9A and 9B. Okay, let's move to 9C. And next is question number 10. 10A and this is 10A, and this is 10B and C and D. And this is question number 11. And question number 12. So that's it for the discussion today. So today we have discussed science checkpoint with paper code 1113/01, past paper October 2021, paper 1. For lower secondary, please check links in the description. You will find it under the right bottom corner of this video. If you open through Susan Hira YouTube channel, and you will see so much others useful links covering other past paper, other subject, as well as other interesting topics. Don't forget to ring the bell and subscribe so you will be first to be notified when we release our newest and latest update. Because we'll keep updating every regular period, and like and share to anybody who might need it because it is absolutely free. Today's discussion is conducted by Study with Tuition Online. Please email us if you have any unsolved past paper or you need a soft copy of this past paper. Together for all these programs, and you may also contact us if you are interested to join our online tuition. Bye and God bless you. We hope that it will be helpful to you. See you in the next video. Hi guys, today we are going to discuss Cambridge Lower Secondary Checkpoint Science Paper 2, paper code 1113/02, past paper October 2021. This paper is for 45 minutes. First, we'll scroll all over the questions. You may take a screenshot, and if you use laptop, you can keep the file and use it for practice. Pause this video for a while after you take all the screenshot. This is question 1A, B. 1A. This is 1B. So this is 1AB. Are you done? Question 2AB and C. Question 2ABC. This is question number 3AB. And this is still question 3B. Let's move on to question number 4. A. It's 4A. This is 4A and 4B. This is the whole question of paper number 4. Let's move to question number 5A, B and B. This is 5A and B. 5AB. And this is question number C, 5C. It's 5C. Now let's move to 5C. Sorry, I'll make this smaller. 5C. This is the whole paper of 5C. Yes, this is 5C, and this is 5. This is number 6. It's big enough, so it's clear. Number 6. This is number 7. AB. This is number 7. Number 7, and this is number. It's number 7, and this is number 8. AB, 8AB, and this is 8ABC. And let me zoom in. This is number 8A, 8BC, and this is question C, part 1 and part 2. Now let's move on to question number 9, AB, and this is ABC, D. This is question number 10A, and this is question number 10A, B, and C. This is it, question number 10. It's question number 10, and this is question number 11, A, B, C. This is question number 12, and this is number 13, A, B, and this is number 14, That's it. 14 is the last question. Now let's get started to the first question to do the discussion of the answer or marks game. Well, after the whole discussion of the answer, we will again scroll all over the question. So you may take the screenshot of all the marks game. This question number one. This question is about cells, tissue, and organs in plants and animals. Complete the table. Tick the box that describes each part. Part of plants, leaf, palisade, mesophyll, root, hair. Is it cells, tissue, or organ? Let's take a look at our notes about this. Well, this is level of organization from cells is the smallest and go to tissue, and after that will be organs, and then followed by the organ system, and then organ system and organisms. So cells, tissue, organs, organ system, and organism. So this is it. This is cells. This is picture of cells, tissue. Organs is example stomach. Organ systems is like digestive system, and organism is an individual. Now there are different types of cells: special cells, sperm cells, red blood cells, nerve cells, muscle cells, root hair cells, palisade cells, and epithelial cells. These are all the cells, special cells in our body. Wow. And that cells, the same similar cells, they will form tissue. Example, muscle tissue, nerve tissue, epithelial tissue. And the tissue will form organs. Many organs in our system, like stomach, heart, brain, thyroid, lungs, liver, intestines, and bladder. Our all human organs. Now this is back to our topic. So leaf, palisade, mesophyll, and root hair. Just now we have seen in our notes that root hair is a cell. So root hair is cells, while palisade mesophyll is tissue, consists of mesophyll cells, while leaves is an organ. It consists of different tissue like epidermis and palisade, mesophyll. So this is the structures of leaves. It has many tissues, and palisade mesophyll, upper epidermis, spongy mesophyll, lower epidermis. So leaf is an organ. Let's move on to question B. If you have any question, you may write down in the comment section. We'll surely reply to you and explain with another video. And if you open this video through Susan Hero YouTube channel, you'll surely see all the useful links in the description section covering all other past papers, other subjects, and the latest and most recent uh, past papers. Let's move on to question B. Complete the table. Tick the box that describe each part. Part of animal. Sperm is a cell. Sperm is a special cell. We have discussed that. Stomach is an organ. Heart is also an organ. So I hope it's clear. Now let's move on to question 2. Question 2. This question is about elements and compounds. This is chemistry. Match the name of the element to its correct chemical symbols. Element, beryllium, boron. Chemical symbol B, Be, and Br. So it's kind of tricky because it starts with B, and B, but there is a clue to this. Well, the beryllium is Be. Be, it starts with the letter Be. So we will have to choose Be, as easy as that, Be and Be. So this one is here. Boron is Bo or B. So it's not Br, so boron has to go to big B. All right, that's it. Next, 2B. Look at the formula of this compound. The compound contains two elements. One is chlorine. We'll write down the name of the other element. So we have to know that NaCl, Na stands for sodium. So we have to remember this. Na stands for sodium. Yeah, it has no same letter, Na and sodium. So the Na is actually stand for natrium, but the name is known as sodium. Sodium. Right. Look at the formula of this compound, CaO. What type of compound is CaO? So circle the correct answer, carbonate. Carbonate is not, because carbonate is CO3. Hydroxide is OH, so this is not. Oxide seems to be correct. Sulfate is SO4. So the only possible answer is oxide. So this is an oxide. If you have any question, you can type down in the comment section in Susan Hero YouTube channel. Right, number 3. This question is about transfer process, energy transfer processes. Draw a line from each method of energy transfer to its example. Radiation. Radiation is famous for how the sun reached the earth. So that's radiation because it has to go through a vacuum. Radiation can travel through vacuum. Convection is connected with flow. Convection is flow. So it will be the air, some liquid or gases. The air above heater becomes warm. So convection is flow of air. The way the air above a heater becomes warm. So the way metal handle of a cooking pot gets hot. This one is example of a conduction. It related with metal conduction. Right, let's move on. Question B, the diagram shows a copper rod being heated. Explain how heat is transferred to the copper rod. Use ideas for particles. In your answer, we have 3 marks to cover here. So since it's metal, copper rod is metal, so we just write down how heat is transferred. Use ideas about particles in your answer. So we have 3 marks to cover. We can say that the heat is transferred by conduction because this is a metal rod. And the particles of copper vibrate. As the temperature increases, particles vibrate more and heat energy passes from one particle to another. That is how heat is transferred. Well, let's move on to next question. Number 4, weeds reduce the growth of crops. Rajiv is testing a new weed killer to reduce the number of weeds. He wants to find the correct concentration of weed killer to kill weed seedlings. He uses cotton wool soaked in weed killer solution. The cotton wool is placed in a dish containing some weed seedlings. Weed seedlings dish, cotton wool soaked in weed killer solution. Rajiv does 5 different experiments. In each experiment, he uses a different concentration of weed killer solution. Question A, state one variable he changes in each experiment. So what he changed is clear here that he uses different concentration. So it will be concentration of weed killer. So this will be the answer, concentration of weed killer. State 2 variables he controls in each experiment. So the one that he can control is the number of wheat seedlings, because he has to keep it the same to make the experiment a fair and reliable one. So as he changes the concentration of weed killer, he has to make sure that the number of weeds are the same and the type of weed killers the same. Volume of weed killers also the same. This is an open answer. You may answer uh, differently. If you are doubt, you can write down in the comment section. We'll verify it to you. So we have to put two answer in here. So we give two answer, number of seedlings. It has to be the same to make it fair, and species of seedlings should be the same. Let's move on to part 3. Say two variable he measure in each experiment. So what does he measure in each experiment? He will measure. So the answer for this also may vary. So we write down number of seedlings killed. That's what he measured as the result of experiment. And to change the different concentration, he need to measure the volume of weed killer the same. Only change the concentration. So it has to keep this the same, and he has to measure the same volume. Next question, we suggest why Rajiv washes his hands after handling the cotton wool soaked in weed killer. So it will be for safety because weed killer may be poisonous. So that will be our answer for this one. Let's move on to next question. Question 5 is magnet. It is physics. Priya has two magnets, bar and horseshoe magnet. Priya dips the magnet into iron fillings. Where will most of the iron fillings stick to the magnet? In your answer. Let's take a look at our notes. Well, this is magnetic field. In bar magnet, the strongest magnetic field is near the north and south pole, while this is north and south pole, here and here. Well, in horseshoe, it will be between north and south pole in this part. The area where we see the lines are more packed is the strongest field. All right. Our answer will be most of the iron fields stick to the south and north pole. It will be in this area, and explain your answer. This is where the magnetic field is strongest. Question B. Look at the horseshoe magnet. Put an X on the diagram to show where the magnetic field is strongest. It will be the area between this here. Okay, let's move on to question C. Which pattern shows the magnetic field lines of a bar magnet? So let's see the notes. In a bar magnet here, we see that the field line comes out from the north and heading into the south. Come out from the north and heading to the south, and north to the south, north to south. So out from the north into the south pole. In choices A, B, and C, and D, the one that is correct is this is and into the north. So it is wrong, this one. Out of the north and into the south, but it is not around like this. C, out of the north and into the south. Out of the north and into the south. So it is correct. We keep this answer. Out of the north, and this is out of the south as north. This is not a correct loop. It has to be more like this. So we choose C as the answer. We choose C as the answer, or for number 5. For the number 5C, this is the answer is C. Okay, answer is C. Let's move on. Okay, let's see question 6. Carlos investigates the pH of some liquids. Some of the liquids are very acidic and some are very alkaline. Describe how Carlos measure the pH of liquid. So he can use pH meter or universal indicator. Next, some liquids are dangerous to use. Write down one safety precaution Carlos take during his investigation. So he may wear eye protection or gloves or lab coat. So one of these we will write down. So you write down wear goggles. Carlos can wear goggles. Explain why this safety precaution is needed, because liquids are corrosive. Now we are in number 7. Mike owns a group of sheep that he uses to produce wool. He wants to increase the amount of wool his sheep produce. He mates his female sheep with a different variety of male sheep. What term describes this way of producing a new variety of sheep? This will be selective breeding. So the diagram shows Mike's female sheep, this one, mate with three male. Mike have to choose which male he wants to use, and because he wants the wool produced, then he has to choose with the male which has the most wool. This will be male C. So which one of three variety of male sheep should Mike mate with his female sheep to increase the amount of wool his sheep produce? It will be variety C. The reason is it it is the variety with most wool. That will be our answer. It is the variety with most wool. All right. Let's see number 8. Look at the model of our carbon atom here. This is particle X, this is proton with positive sign, and the black dot is particle Y. Write down the name of particle X. Since proton has positive charge and particle X has negative charge, so this must be an electron. Alright, next. Particle Y must be a nucleus. So particle Y is in the nucleus. The nucleus consists of proton and neutron, so particle Y will be neutron. Let's move to question. Circle the name of the scientist who suggested a model for an atom. It will be Rutherford. Rutherford. Copernicus and Galileo is for astronomy. Newton is for the force. Pasteur is famous for pasteurization method, so it will be Rutherford. Question C. The diagram shows part of periodic table. Complete the sentence. Carbon is in period number 2. This is period number 1. This is period number 2. Carbon is period number 2. Circle the element that has similar chemical properties to carbon. It will be the same group. So this is same group. It will be Si, because element in the same group has similar chemical properties. That is the idea about that. Question number 9 is about wave. It's physics. Look at the diagram of some sound waves. You can use each letter once, more than once, or not at all. Which wave has the highest frequency? Which wave has the highest frequency? We can see highest frequency. It means is the more compact one. The one that more compact is, of course, is C. You can see this is more compact. The other is rare, so it will be C. Quietest sound is the lowest amplitude. Lowest amplitude will be this one. We make a middle line. This is very short, while this one is very uh, high, the amplitude, so it will be B. Which wave shows lowest pitch? Lowest pitch, it means lowest frequency. So this one is the most rare one. This is more compact. So this one is D. Question 9D. Which two waves have the same amplitude? So we have to choose the one with same amplitude, and this one that has same amplitude is, if we see this one, we make the middle line and middle line. And this is from here to here is the amplitude. This is from here to here. It is the same. So this is C and D. Now let's move on to next question. Question 10. During breathing, air passes into the alveoli or air sacs of the lungs, and it is then released back into the atmosphere. Look at the table. It shows the composition of inhaled air, air we breathe in, and exhaled air, air we breathe out. Gas, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and other gases, oxygen. Percentage in inhaled air is 0.0%, 0.04, 80, and 20. Percentage in exhaled air is 4, 80, and 16. Describe the differences between composition of inhaled air and exhaled air. So we have two marks to describe here. So exhaled air has less oxygen. You can see oxygen from 20 becomes 16. Number 2 is exhaled air has more carbon dioxide compared to the inhaled air. All right, that will be our answer. Question B. Explain what happens in the alveoli to cause these differences between inhaled and exhaled air. Well, there's gases exchange process where oxygen goes into blood and carbon dioxide leaves the blood in alveoli. Question C. Air enters the human respiratory system through the nose and nasal cavity. Write down two other parts that inhaled air moves through before it reaches the alveoli. So before it reaches the alveoli, it will be the trachea and the bronchus. So trachea and bronchus. Next, let's move to question 11. The table describes the reaction of some metals with cold dilute acid and cold water. These are the list of the metals. There is metal X. Use information from the table to answer this question. Explain how you can tell that magnesium reacts faster with cold dilute acid than with cold water. So we see magnesium reacts rapidly with dilute acid and extremely slow reaction. So you can see from the table that it reacts rapidly with acid and slowly with water. So just the name of metal X. Metal X is between magnesium and copper. And from up to down, we can see that the reactivity is decreasing, as we can see. Now we have to remember the list of reactivity table. Let's take a look of our notes. So this is our notes. We have this list of reactivity of metal. So it's between magnesium and copper. We have aluminum, zinc, iron, tin, lead. We cannot include aluminum because aluminum still react with water, so we can choose zinc, iron, tin, and lead. As we see that the metal X reacts slowly with acid, but no reaction with water. So between magnesium and copper, there is this aluminum, zinc, iron, tin, and lead. We don't choose aluminum because aluminum react with water. So we can choose zinc, iron, tin, or lead. So we just type one answer. We will write down zinc. Zinc is our answer. Next, potassium react with cold water to make colorless gas and an alkaline solution. Alkaline solution. A gas and alkaline solution. Write down the name of the colorless gas and alkaline solution. So it will be hydrogen and alkaline solution is potassium hydroxide. So that will be our answer. Hydrogen and potassium hydroxide. Well, potassium is K. With water you produce hydrogen and potassium hydroxide. That's it. Next, we see question number 12. Complete the table to show the color of each object appears in different colors of light. Colors of light is white, color of object red, color of the object appears. Let's see our notes. Let's take an example of red apples. When a white light, it consists of different spectrum of light. This is white light, different colors of light. And when it hit the red, only red will be reflected. So the apple looks red. While in our questions is the color of object red and the color of light white. So what the color of object appears, it will appear red because it reflects a red spectrum. Now if the color of light green and the color of object green, what will happen? If it's green and the color of object is green, this one, if the apple is green and the only green spectrum attached, the apples will appear green because the apple reflect green spectrum. So it will still be green. Now, if the colors of light blue and the color of object red, what will happen? If the color of object blue and the color of this one, if the blue hit the red apples, since red apples only reflect the red, and it is only blue light hit it, so it will appears black. Right, that will be the answer. If you have any questions, please write in the comment section in Susan Hira YouTube channel. We'll surely reply to you with another explanation. Question 13. Blasi uses pure white light to produce a spectrum of colors. What is the name of the process that splits white light into a spectrum of color? It will be dispersion. Next, write down the name of the equipment X. X will be the prism. The prism. Let's move on to next one. 14 is our last question for today. Let's look at the list of energy source. Which one is too renewable? Coal is from the uh, crude oil. Oil is from crude oil. Natural gas. Natural gas is natural from deep inside the earth. Solar is from crude oil. So the one that is renewable is hydroelectric from water and sorry. So there's a solar is sun. Solar is the sun. So solar is the sun. Uh, so solar will be renewable. Hydroelectric is water, so it will be renewable. While natural gas is not renewable. They are from the crude oil, so it will be finished soon and not renewable. So we choose hydroelectric and solar. Solar is the sun, hydroelectric is the water. So let's scroll up from beginnings to see the mark scheme. So you may take a screenshot and use it for practice. This is number 1A. This is 1B. This is 2A. This is 2B and C. 2C. This is number 3. And this is number 3B. This is number 4A and 4A part 1, 2, 3. This is number 4B. This is number 8A. 8B is there as the X. This is number 8C. This is number 6A. This is number 6A and B. And this is number 7A, B. This is 7B, and let's move on to this is 7B still. And this is question 8. Answer for question 8A, B, and 8C. Part 1, 2, and 3. Part 1 and 2. And this is 8. And this is number 9. And this is number 10, AB. And this is number 11. And this is 11A, B, and C. And this is number 12. This is number 13. And this is number 14. So today we have discussed Science Checkpoint 1113/02, past paper October 2021, paper 2 for lower secondary. Please check links in the description section by clicking this button at the right bottom corner on under this video. If you open through Susan Hira channel, you'll see all other useful links covering all past paper from different subjects and different years, and also other notes and revisions. Ring the bell so you'll be first to be notified when we release our news and latest update, as we will keep updating our resources, and like and share to anybody who might need it. So today's discussion is conducted by Study with Teaching Online. We cater for all this program. Please email us if you have any unsolved past paper or any question, or you need soft copy of this past paper. Bye bye and God bless you. We hope that it will be helpful to you.
See you in the next video.
Hi guys, today we are going to discuss Science Checkpoint Past Paper, April 2020, Paper 1. So let's get started from number 1. This is 45 minutes paper. So let's get started. This is number 1. You may take a screenshot if you would like to and pause for a while so we can do some exercise before referring to the mark scheme. This is number 2. This is the whole question 2A, and this is number 2B, and this is number 2C, 2B and C. Alright, 2B and C, and then let's move on to number 3A and 3B, 3A and B, and then let's move on to number 3C, this one 3C, and this is number 4, and this is number 4B, this is number 5AB, and this is 5C, and this is number 5D, and this is our next number, number 6A, and this is 6B, B1, B2, and this is number 7, 7AB, and this is the whole question for 7B, and this is number 8A, 8B, and the next is number 9. This is the question for number 9, and 9A, and this is B.1 and B.2, and this is number 10A here, and A.1, A.2, and this is number 9. Next is number 10B, C, and this is 11A and 11B and 12 ABC and 13, and that's the end. The last question is number 13. Let's get started from number 1. Okay, let's see number 1. The list contains the name of different parts of a cell. Cell membrane, cell wall, and chloroplast. Complete the table by placing ticks in the correct boxes. Part of a cell membrane. Both animals and plant cells, they have cell membrane, so we tick to both of them. And then cell wall only in plant cells. Cell wall is only found in plant cells. Animals do not have cell wall. What chloroplast is the organelle that contains chlorophyll, and we can find only in plants, which can do photosynthesis while animals cannot do photosynthesis. So the answer. Let's get moving to number 2. The question is about properties of metals. Draw straight lines to match the property of a metal with its correct use linked to that property. Let's see, there are 4 on the left and 4 on the right. Sonorous, it means it makes a sound like the bell. Ductile, it has to relate to the wire, because ductile means it can be shaped into thin wires. Hard is for drill bit, and strong is for bridge. That's all for this question. Let's move to next. Number 2B. Metals are used to make electric wires because they can conduct electricity. This is metals. Wire, this is the plastic. Write down 2 reasons why plastic is put around electrical wires. So the first reason is it is an insulator. Plastic is an insulator. So the other reason is it can prevent electric to the person. So we can say it is an insulator. The reason number 2, it can prevent electric shock to the person, or it can prevent electrocution to us. Okay, let's get moving to next number. Number C, read the sentences about the physical properties of metal. Tick box next to the correct sentence. All metals have low melting point. It is not correct. Only metal have high melting point. Some metal are gases at room temperature. It is not correct because metal mostly are solid. And there's one metal liquid which is mercury at room temperature. All metal conducts heat. It is true. All metals are brittle. Some metals are brittle but not all. What are the not brittle metal? The most common example is gold. We make jewelry from gold and gold is not brittle. So this is wrong. The correct answer is all metals conduct heat. So let's move to number 3. Lassie uses the internet to find out about the solar system. She finds a very old model of our solar system. Scientists thought that the Earth was at the center, as the diagram shows. The orbits in the old model shows the other objects moving around the Earth. Okay, now scientists today know that the Earth is not at the center of a solar system. What is at the center of all of our solar system? So solar is for the sun, so it must be the sun. Write down 2 other things that are incorrect in the old model. So incorrect is the sun is at the center. The sun is not at the center. So we can see the sun is not at the center, and the earth has to move around the sun. The planets move around the sun. So the things that are incorrect is the sun is not at the center here, and the planets does not move around the sun. So incorrect. So we have to write doesn't or don't. So from the diagram it shows that the planets don't move around the sun. Well, all the planets should move around the sun. So the first incorrect one is the sun is not at the center. This is obvious here. And the second one is all the other planets don't move around the sun. But in the diagram shows that the planets move around the earth. So we resume the number B. two other things that are incorrect. The sun should be at the center. Actually, the sun should be at the center. And point number 2, the planet should move around the sun. While in the diagram, it shows that the planets don't move around the sun. So we have two answers. The sun should be at the center and the planet should move around the sun. Alright, now write down one thing that is correct in the old model. In here it shows that the moon moves around the earth, which is correct. Let's go ahead and move it to next question. This question is about blood vessels. Draw a straight line from each cross-section of a blood vessels to the correct letter showing where the blood vessels is found. Let's zoom out, and this is thick. If you see this is thick muscles. Thick muscles, it means it is the artery, but it needs to take the blood away from the heart, which has higher pressure. So it has thicker muscles to withstand the pressure. So we have to choose the blood vessels that take away blood from the heart. From the heart is this one, so this must be artery. And this is thin, this must be the vein. This must be the vein because it has thin muscle and bigger lumen. So it must be the vein. The vein is the blood vessels that take blood into the heart. So as it's take from the word vein, it has IN means into the heart. So it must be this one. And this is very small. It must be a papillary, which is connecting between artery and vein. So it must be B. So name types of blood vessels labeled A and C. So A is artery and C is vein. Let's get moved to number 5. Alright, number 5, the picture shows 3 different elements and their state at room temperature. Solid iodine, liquid bromine, chlorine gas. Each two of these elements float easily at room temperature. It must be liquid and gas, so which two? Then it should be bromine and chlorine. Let's see next what is the chemical symbol for chlorine. It will be Cl. Take from the CnL, chlorine. Chlorine gas fills the jar. Yeah. Now take the box next to the correct explanation. How does it fills the jar? Forces between the particles push them apart. It is not correct because forces between particles actually attract particles. The particles are free to move. It is correct, but let's see the other option. The particles can easily be squashed into small space. So if it's small space, it does not relate to how it fills a jar. The particle increase in size to fill the space. The particle does not, they don't increase in size. The particles is the same. Chlorine gas is diatomic. It should be only like this. It does not increase in size. The size remain the same. So our correct option is this one. free to move so they can fill the jars. Next, number D, liquid bromine easily evaporates. Explain what happens to the particles when a liquid evaporates. So some particles have more kinetics energy. They have overcome attraction between them and escape as gas. Okay, so this will be the answer for 5D, while liquid bromine easily evaporates. Next, we see number 6, Mia investigates sound. Makes a sound using a loudspeaker. The sound is detected by a microphone. Describe how the sound travels from loudspeaker to the microphone. So it vibrates the air as longitudinal wave. As we know, longitudinal wave is like this, and there is rarefaction and there is compression. So from here it come out as a wave, and then it will reach the microphone. Come out like this, and then like this, and reach the microphone. It travels through the air. Let's move to next. Next is Mia draws the wave she sees on the oscilloscope. She makes the sound louder. So louder connected to the amplitude. In here we see the amplitude is from here to here. It is 3 steps. So louder we shall make bigger amplitude. So we start with this is make. We have to maintain the wavelength here, and this will be here, and this will be here, this will be here, this will be here, and louder. So we make 4. Let's say 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So and then this also we make into 4, and this also we make into 4, and this also we make into 4. So now we have a bigger amplitude but the same wavelength. Okay, bigger amplitude, it shows that it is louder. Alright, next move to next. She makes the sounds higher pitch. Her pitch is higher frequency. Pitch related to the frequency. How to make frequency is how dense the wave is, or how packed the wave is. So let's see, higher frequency, so means we have to maintain the same amplitude. Same amplitude is 3, and higher frequency, so shorter wavelength. So I just make the mark on the midline. So in here, between here and here is half wave, 1 wave. So I make this distance into 2 wave. I make into 2 wave. So I divide into 2 wave, and I maintain 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 here. 1, 2, 3 here between 2 dots. And then I make it more packed like this. So this will show that it has the higher frequency but the same amplitude. So this is higher pitch or higher frequency. Next we see number 7. The question is about life cycle of a plant. Fertilization, pollination, seed formation, and seed germination. Put the processes in order in which they occur in the life cycle of a plant. One has been done for you. Seed germination followed by the pollination, and followed by the fertilization, and next followed by seed formation. So pollination, fertilization, and the last is seed formation. Number 7b suggests the method of dispersal for each type of seed. So this one, it has hook. This one is like parachute shape. Parachute shape. Parachute shape. You can see this is parachute shape. This is hook. So this will be A will be method will be by animal. While this one will be by the, so this one will be with animal, and this will be the wind. The reason is wind. So these have hooks. The animal, as we see, these have hooks all around, and this one is parachute shape. So that will be the answer. Next, number 8. Look at the diagram of the structures of a lithium atom. There are 3 electrons in a lithium. So this is the electron. 1, 2, 3. How many protons are there in the lithium atom? Because in a neutral atom, proton has to be equals to the number of electrons. Since there are 3 electrons, so it means there are 3 protons, which in this black, so 3. How many neutrons? So it means in white 1, 2, 3, 4 neutrons. Then a sodium contains 11 protons. Draw the structures of a sodium atom. So it will be the nucleus. 11 proton will be, it means equals to 11 electron. So 11 electrons. The configuration is start from the 2 at the first cell, and then 8 and 1. And this is why sodium is in group 1. So it means it has 1 electron valency on its outer shell. So you have to draw 1, 2, 3 orbital electrons. So the first one occupied with 2, the second one occupied with 8. This one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and the last one is 1. So 2, 8, 1. And this is the nucleus inside. So this will be the structures of sodium atom. Next, number 9. Mike investigates the strength of magnet. This is magnet, this is his hand, this is the paper clip. Mike puts the magnet on top of his hand. Put the bottoms of his hand onto 24 paper clips. Lift his hand up, counts how many paper clips have been attracted. Repeats with different magnet. And this is his result. And Mike concludes that magnet A and B are both strong. He cannot conclude which of these 2 magnets is stronger. Explain why he cannot conclude which magnet, A or B, is stronger, because as we see from the table, both A and B can attract the same number of paperclip, that is 24. So A and B attract the same number of paperclips. Describe what could he do to find out which magnet A or B is stronger. So you can use more paper clips to show which one is stronger. Pierre repeats Mike's investigation. And here are Pierre's results. Pierre uses the same magnet as Mike. Pierre uses the same paper clip as Mike, but the results are different. Describe one difference between the results. And we see this is 22, 1, 13, and 6, while the table for Mike is 24, 24, 7, 19, 12. So this is more. And experiment done by Mike. So in here we can conclude that the factor is the size of the hand between Mike and Pierre must be different because they use the same magnet and the same paper clips. So Pierre's hand is bigger. So there are less paper clips in Pierre's investigation, so suggest why the results are different. So Pierre's hand is bigger, so it will affect the strength of the magnet. Now, number 10, egg white contains a protein. An enzyme digests protein in the stomach. Class 9, investigate how changing the pH affects time it takes for the enzyme to digest egg white. The graphs show the result of their investigation. This is time to digest egg white in minutes. This is pH of the mixture. Which pH has the shortest time of digestion? If we see from the table, the result will be shortest time will be the lowest point in here. It will be somewhere here. So it will be somewhere here. So this will be around 2.2. 2.2 is the shortest time. The class want to be certain that they found the shortest time. Describe two things the class does to be certain. So first of all, of course, repeat the experiment. Take the average to make it more accurate. The second one, of course, is to test more, to test the range between the lowest point is here, the range between 1 and 3. So test the pH between 1, 2, 3 to make it more detailed. State 1, safety risk using liquids with a very low pH. This low pH is strong acid. So we have to irritate the skin. Irritate the skin. Right, one way of reducing the safety risk, of course, we have to wear gloves to avoid the contact with our skin. So one variable the student must control in this investigation. So this is investigation related to enzyme. Enzyme depend on the temperature. So one thing we must control is to keep the same temperature. Same temperature. Work right. Next. Number 11. Jamila and Ahmad investigate displacement reaction. They put drops in different solution into dimples of a spotting tile. Then they add metals to each solution. The diagram shows their experiment. Zinc, magnesium, copper, iron, the same. This means empty, and this means dimple with solution. This is the tile. Jamila and Ahmad look to see if the reaction takes place. Suggest what they might see if reaction takes place. So if the reaction takes place, it might they can see any change like uh, color change, or maybe bubbles. You can see color change or bubbles, the formation of bubbles. That shows that reaction take place. That's how we observe how reaction take place. They record the result in a table. They put a tick if there is a reaction, cross if there is no reaction. Now, here are some results. Complete the table to predict the result of magnesium nitrate. So, to answer this, we have to remember the table of reactivity of metal. This is just to refresh again. This is the list of reactivity of metal. This is potassium, sodium, calcium, magnesium, aluminum, zinc, carbon, iron, lead. hydrogen, magnesium, hydrogen, copper, silver, and gold. So in here we want to compare magnesium with zinc, copper, and iron. Let's see the list. So magnesium is here, zinc, copper, and iron is below there. So magnesium is most reactive compared to the other three that we have. And so when magnesium is more reactive than, because magnesium is more reactive than these three other metals, then there will be no reaction because magnesium is more reactive. These three other metals which are less reactive cannot displace the magnesium nitrate from its solution or from its compound. So you have to answer cross, cross, cross. No reaction because magnesium is more reactive than all these three other metals. The reactivity series shows the metals in order reactivity. Which of the four metals is lowest in this reactivity series? Lowest means they can be displaced from its compound. So we have to choose the one that which has all the thick. This is mean it's copper. Alright, next. Number 12. Complete the light rays in the three diagrams. Reflection, so according to the law of reflection, incident ray. So we have to draw the reflected ray with the same angle, both angle, and back to where it comes from. So we have to draw nicely like this and goes back where it comes from. So same angle. This is reflected angle or reflected ray. Now refraction it means there's bending of the incident ray. So this is air, less than, this is water, more or dense or denser material. Bend towards the normal. This is the normal line. This is the border between air and water, so it has to bend towards the normal. It should actually go straight here, but it bends toward normal, so it has to go here. Broken, bending. So this angle should be less than this angle. If there's any question, you can write in the comments. I will surely reply and discuss. And please feel free to write in the comment section. Short shadow formation. This is green. This is light source. So will be, this is opaque object, so the light from the torch will be blocked, so it has to continue the light. So this is Hi guys, today we are going to discuss science checkpoint for lower secondary, paper 2, April 2020. Let's scroll the question first and you can take the screenshot and pause the video for a while for practice. I will go over all the questions. This is number 1, this is 1A, and this is 1B, and this is 1C, and this is number 2A, and this is number 2B, and this is number 3 graph, and this is the question of number 3 ABC. and this is number 4. This is the table for number 4 and for B, and this is number 5. 5A, 5B, 5C. So we are going to discuss 1 to 5 first. Let's see. For number 1, a farmer breeds goats for their milk. The farmer uses selective breeding. These are the steps he uses. They are in wrong order. He breeds the female goat with a male goat. B. He repeats the steps for several generations. C. He chooses a female goat that produces a lot of milk. D. He breeds the female offspring with a male goat. E. He chooses a female offspring that also produces a lot of milk. Put the steps in the correct order. One has been done for you. So the E is in the middle. So let's start from the farmer, of course, have to choose a female goat that produces a lot of milk. That will be C. This one will be the first one. Choose a female goat that produces a lot of milk. Then after that, of course, he has to breed the female goat. So this will be number 2. This will be A. After that, they will have an offspring. He chooses female offspring that also produce a lot of milk for the third one. And for the fourth one will be he breeds that female offspring with the male goat. So this will be number D. And number 5, the last one will be he repeats the step for several generations. So this is the process of selective breeding. If there's any question, please feel free to write in the comment section. B. The characteristic the farmer chooses in his female goats is producing lots of milk. Suggest one other characteristic the farmer wants in his goat. It could be any answer. One of it will be a good and tasty milk, or you can answer a healthy and strong goats. Next will be natural selection is the way new varieties of animals forms in the wild. Which scientists developed the idea of natural selection? It will be the famous scientist named Charles Darwin. Copernicus and Galileo is not, they are related to the theory of the movement of the sun, earth, and the planet. It's all about the universe. Rutherford will be with the atom, the arrangement of electrons in the atoms, and Pasteur will be is known for its pasteurization method for sterilizing the milk. So this is not the correct answer. Now next, let's see the number 2. Alcohol wants to increase the rate of reaction between sodium carbonate and dilute nitric acid. Match the way that she can do this to why it works. The way and why it works. Draw only 2 straight lines. Increase the temperature of nitric acid. The keyword in here is increase the temperature. It is not this. It is not less energy. It could be moved faster, so we keep this answer. It has bigger particles. No, so increase temperature, it means particles have more kinetic energy and they can move faster. Increase the concentration of nitric acid, it means more crowded particle because more concentration, so more collisions. It's not this and it's not this. So next, lumps of sodium carbonate. Lumps of sodium carbonate react more slowly with dilute nitric acid than powdered sodium carbonate. Use ideas about collision to explain why. Well, the answer for this is powdered sodium carbonate has more surface area, so more frequent successful collisions, and increase the rate of reaction. Now let's see number 3. Chen and Yuri draw a distance time graph for their journey. Use the distance time graph to answer this question. If we see from the graph, how many meters did Chen move in the first 8 seconds? Chen in here, the first 8 seconds here, so we have to draw the line. So the line from 8, go to the graph of Chen and go horizontal to this. Here it's 86 in meters, so it's 86 meter. How many meters did Chen move in the first 8 seconds? Is 86 meter. So the answer for A is 86 meters. B, how many seconds did Yuri stop moving during his journey? So Yuri stopped in this horizontal path. So we see if we plot this one, it is going to from 8 to here, and this is 2 from here to in the middle between the first and second step is 3.3 because one step is 0.2. So now we subtract 8 minus 3.3, we got 4.7. So the answer for B is 4.7. Now C. So what is the question for C is average speed can be calculated from the graph. Complete the equation for average speed. So the answer for that is average speed is total distance over time. Next question, C.2, calculate Yuri's average speed during the whole journey. How do we get the average speed for Yuri is the total distance 110 and the total time is in 18. So 110 divided by 18 we get 6.1. So that's the answer. So for number 4, look at the pictures of camel. Camels live in hot, dry desert. They have many adaptations to help them survive. Complete a table to explain how camels' adaptation help it to survive. The first one has been done for you, fat in the hump only, adaptation, explanation. So the rest of the body has less insulation, so the heat will not be trapped inside the body. Large flat feet. Large flat feet is to prevent it into sinking into the ground. Next is thick eyelashes. Well, thick eyelashes is to prevent the dust enter the eyes. To prevent dust enter their eyes. Now next number is does not produce sweat. The explanation is to prevent dehydration because sweat will cause dehydration. Now let's see number B. Animals that live in the cold have different adaptations. Suggest 2 adaptations that help animals survive in the cold. So the answer will be, if we remember the polar bear that live in the pole, it has thick fur and it has lots of fat as insulation. So that will be the answer. Here we go to our last question for today. Mike makes a salt called magnesium sulfate. He adds magnesium to dilute sulfuric acid. Yeah, this is sulfuric acid, the solution. This is the ribbon, magnesium ribbon. He keeps adding magnesium to the dilute sulfuric acid until no more hydrogen gas is given off. So this is the bubbles of hydrogen gas. Some unreacted magnesium is left in the magnesium sulfate solution. Describe how Mike separates the unreacted magnesium from the magnesium sulfate solution. So this is a solid, so it's easy to remove by filtering or filtration. So we do filtration. Next number. For B, describe how Mike makes a dry sample of magnesium sulfate from the magnesium sulfate solution. So what Mike can do is Mike can do evaporation of the magnesium sulfate solution, and so the water will be evaporated and then crystal will start to form, so that will be the process of crystallization. C, write a word equation for reaction between magnesium and sulfuric acid. So it will be between magnesium and sulfuric acid. It will produce magnesium sulfate and hydrogen gas. Actually, the answer for this is in the question itself. We can see this is magnesium sulfate. It is from the combination of magnesium and sulfuric. And there's a gas produced, which is hydrogen gas. So this is exists in the question. We just have to copy from the question itself. You can take a screenshot and pause for a while for practice. We will scroll all over the question first from number 6 to number 10, 6A and B. This is 6A, B.1.2, and this is number 7A and 7B, and this is number 8, and the diagram of number 8. Let me zoom out. This is the whole diagram number 8. This is number 8A. This is number 8B. So you can take a screenshot. This is A, B, and C. So this is number 8D. This is number 9. And this is still part of number 9. And this is the table for number 9. And this is number 10, AB. And okay, let's see from number 6 now. Lillian annually used the internet to find this information about evaporation. Evaporation can happen when liquids are hot or cold. Evaporation is related to the energy of molecules. The rate of evaporation can change. So in this diagram, we see if air pressure increase, rate of evaporation decrease. And then this is diagram of rate of evaporation versus energy of molecules. And here we see if energy of molecule increase, the rate is also increased. Now let's see question A. What happens to the rate of evaporation when the air pressure increases? So for 6A, what happens to the rate of evaporation when the air pressure increases? This is air pressure increases, the rate is decreases. Now for 6B, what happens to the rate of evaporation when the energy of molecule increases? When the energy of molecule increases, the rate is increases. So we write down here increases. Now, next one, write down the one way the energy of molecules could be increased. One way the energy of molecule could be increased is by increasing the temperature. So kinetic energy will increase also. Now let's see number 7. Waters and minerals move through flowering plant. Complete the sentences about how waters and minerals move through a plant. Choose parts of a plant from the list. Each part can be used once, more than once, or not at all. Elicit, mesophyll, phloem, root hair, and xylem. Waters and minerals enter plants through the... And here the answer will be through the root, so it should be root hair. The answer for this will be root hair cells. Next, water and mineral solution is transported in the stems through. So water and mineral from the root is absorbed by the root hair cells and then transported up to the stem through the xylem cells. Next, the solution reaches the blank cells in the leaves and is used for growth. So the solution reaches the palisade mesophyll cells in the leaf. This is one section of the leaf and is used for growth. Next question B. Plants need water to make sugar. This is through the process of photosynthesis. Name 2 other things that plants need to make sugar. So in photosynthesis, plants need water and also carbon dioxide and also light. So we write down carbon dioxide and light. Now let's see number 8. The diagram shows different types of rocks and how they form here. Let me zoom out. So this is the type of rock: igneous, into sediment, and into sedimentary rocks, and turn into rock X, and turn into magma, and inside the volcanic eruption. Sedimentary rocks can be turned into rock X by heat and pressure. Which type of rock is X? For this is metamorphic rocks. The keyword is heat and pressure. It will form metamorphic rocks. Next question, which layer of the earth contains magma? Circle the correct answer. Is it atmosphere, inner core, mantle, and outer core? Let's see our structures of earth layers. This is the structures of earth layer, the crust, and then after that below it is mantle, outer core, and inner core. The crust is relatively thin and rocky. Mantle has probably solid but can flow very slowly. Core is made of nickel and iron. So the answer for our question will be mantle because mantle contains magma. It will be mantle because mantle contains magma. Now next, sedimentary rocks often contains the remains of dead animals, plants from millions of years ago. What word is used to describe this remain? It's of course it's fossils. Now let's see, question, the different types of soil have different amount of organic matter in them. Which type of soil contains the most organic matter? Circle the correct answer. Is it clay, loam, sandy, or silt soil? Well, soil is a mixture of tiny particles of rocks that plant animals and air and water. So in here the difference between sandy soil is pale color has large particles. And then clay soil is usually sticky and has small particles in it. While loam soil is a mixture of soil that's ideal for plant growing medium. It's a combination of equal parts of clay soil, silt, and sand. While silt soil comes about halfway between clay and sandy soil. So silt all have clay and sand to mix well. So the answer for our question is loam soil. It will be loam soil. Let's see number 9. Sound can be reflected in the same way as light. Savvy and Yuri investigate the relationship between the angle of incident x and the angle of reflection y. They use the apparatus in the diagram. This is ticking clock. Now Yuri puts the ticking clock next to tube A and put the sound meter next to tube B and use the same value for angle x and use different values for angles y. Different and same. Now Xavier write down the sound level when on the sound meter. Complete the table about the variable. Variable to change because different value of angle y, the answer will be angle y. Variable to control will be value of x because the same, and then of course we can see from here is the volume of the ticking clock and the length of the tube A, while variable to measure is the sound level from sound meter. So this will be all our answer. Now this is number 10, our last question for today. Look at the diagrams of cells. Cheek cells, red blood cells, nerve cells. Describe one way the structures of nerve cells is different to cheek cells. You can see there's extension in here called dendrite in the nerve cell. So we answer nerve cell has extensions. The nerve cells has extensions. B, the structures of red blood cells is adapted for its function. Explain how. What is its function and what is its adaptation? So the function of red blood cells is of course to carry oxygen. Well, the adaptation is, as we know, it has no nucleus, so it can carry as much oxygen as possible. Let me scroll again from number 6. This is the mark scheme for number 6A and the 6B. And this is the mark scheme for number 7A and 7B. And this is the mark scheme for number 8A, 8B, and 8C. And this is the mark scheme for 8D. And this is the mark scheme for question 9, table of question 9, and question 10A, B. So that's it for today. So Mia investigates the temperature change during some reaction. In each experiment, Mia adds a solid to liquid. Question A. Mia uses a measuring cylinder to measure the volume of liquid. The diagram shows part of her measuring cylinders of liquid. What is the volume of liquid in the measuring cylinder? So we see here, this is 2 and then followed by 2 small steps. So between 2 and 3 there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 steps. So between 2 and 3 is 1 cm cube. We divide by 5, so we know that each small step is 0.2 cm cube. Then there's 2 steps in between 2 and 2.2 and 2.4 cm cube. Question B. Here are Mia results. Liquid added water Water, copper, solvent solution. Temperature of liquid is recorded. Solid added also recorded. And temperature of the liquid after solid is added is also recorded. And this is change in temperature. Now we have to answer, is the reaction exothermic or endothermic? So let's fill up this table. In here we see that from 17 to 20 there's increase in temperature. So the change is plus 3. 20 minus 17 is 3. And here we see that from 17 it decreased to 14, so the change is negative 3. And 14 minus 17 is negative 3. And here we see that from 18 to 22 is increasing. So 22 minus 18 is 4, so right, plus 4. The change in temperature. Is this reaction exothermic or endothermic? The characteristic of exothermic reaction is there is increase in temperature. So we have to choose this one because it's increase, and this one. So this will be both exothermic. While endothermic is there's a decrease in its temperature, like this one. So it will be here. It does not include some important information in the headings of the table. Which unit is missing from the heading? Answer for that will be degrees Celsius for temperature. We see that in here there's no information about the unit of the temperature. Question part 2. Calculate the change in temperature for each experiment. One has been done for you. Write your answers in the table. So we have complete all the table. So these are our table here. We have completed. Complete the table by writing endothermic or exothermic in the last column. So we also have done this. So this is our answer for exothermic or endothermic. Now let's see question 12. Some objects become electrically charged. Oliver draws a diagram of two charged objects. This plastic rod, this is negative. This is clothes, is positive. Explain how the objects become charged. So the answer for this will be, since plastic rod has negative charge while cloth has positive charge, it means the electron is transferred from the clothes to the plastic rod. So how the objects become charged is, first of all, uh, we have to rub this two objects. So we rub the objects together. Rub the object together. And the electron move from clothes to the row. Next questions. Was it charges attract and like charges repel? Oliver puts charged balloons next to each other. Balloon A has positive charge. What are the charges on the other balloon? Because since it's a repel, it will be like charges will be positive. Since this is attract to each other, it will be opposite charge, and this is repel, so it will be negative charge. So A will be positive, B will be positive, and then C is negative, and D also will be negative. So these are our answer. Let's see number 13. Diagrams are used to show how energy is transferred. Lamp transfer energy. So electrical energy is converted into something energy, 10 joules, and thermal energy, 90 joules. This is in the lamps. Complete the diagram to show the type of energy that is 10 joule. So in an electrical bulb like this, it produces light and also it produces heat. That's what is called as thermal energy. So in here will be light energy, but most of the energy is wasted at the thermal energy. It's not useful because we need the light from the bulb. So that's it for today. Question 11 to 13. This is the mark scheme for 11. This will be mark scheme for number 11. This is the mark scheme for 11b. As this will be the mark scheme for B.1, 2, and 3. This is the mark scheme for number 12, and this is the mark scheme for number 12C. And this is the mark scheme for number 13. If there's any question, please feel free to write in the comment section. We'll surely reply to you. And today we have discussed Science Checkpoint Paper 2 April 2020 for lower secondary, number 11 to 13. Please check links in the description by clicking these symbols for other useful videos. Like and share the video to anybody who might need it. And do subscribe and ring the bell so you'll be notified when there is new videos from us. Thank you, and we hope it will be useful for you. Now, if you want to inquire about study with tuition online, primary, secondary, IGCSE, and IB checkpoint, please write email to us. And thank you. God bless you.
Hi guys, today we are going to discuss Cambridge Secondary Checkpoint. The topic is Science Paper 1, past paper October 2019. Due time is 45 minutes. Yeah. Now let's see the question directly. This is number 1. The diagram shows a human stomach. It shows muscles, blood vessels, and digestive cells in the stomach lining. Let's see the question. Which term best describes the stomach? Circle the correct answer. Is it cell, organ, organism, system, or tissue? Use the information from the diagram to explain your answer. Let's see again. This is an organ since it consists of muscles, blood vessels, and digestive cells. Because organ is a structure made up of a group of tissue working together to perform specific function. In this case is digestive process. So our answer will be organ. Use the information to explain your answer. It is made up of muscles, blood vessels, and we see one more from here is digestive cell. Working together to perform digestion process. Now let's see next. Red blood cells and muscle cells are found in the wall of the stomach. Number 1, explain how the structures of a red blood cells is related to its function. The structures of a red blood cell, it has no nucleus and also a biconcave shape. To increase surface area. Its surface area. So it can supply oxygen to body cell for respiration. To get energy. It has no nucleus and biconcave shape to increase its surface area, so it can supply oxygen to body cells for respiration to get energy. Number B2, explain how the structures of a muscle cells is related to its function. The muscle cells, it has many protein, fibers in cytoplasm. Cytoplasm is the component in the cell. To shorten cells, and contract the stomach. So this process need energy. The muscle cell will get energy from the red blood cell that supply oxygen, and the energy is produced from respiration. So the structures of red blood cells, because it has no nucleus and biconcave shape, it has large surface area. It has large surface area, so it can absorb as many oxygen as possible and then supply it to the body cells like muscles for respiration, and so the muscle can get energy to perform its function. I think that's it for number B. Now let's move to next number. Number 2. Look at the diagram. It shows a sealed bottle containing air particles. So in here it shows the air particle and it's sealed with a cap. The air exerts a pressure on the sides of the bottle. Explain how air exerts a pressure. Use idea about particles in your answer. In this case, the air particles collide into the side of the bottle, thus it creates pressure. the wall or the sides of bottle. That's it. Now let's see for number B. The bottle is heated. What happened to the pressure inside the bottle? I would say it increased when we heat the bottle. Explain your answer using ideas about particles. When we heat up the bottle, temperature of air particles increase. So it has higher kinetic energy and move faster, or in other words, move faster and hit the sides more often. So the pressure is increased. So when we heat up the bottle, temperature of the air particle increase. So it has higher kinetic energy and move faster. Hit the sides more often, the sides of bottle. Here we just write move faster here. And then this is what it is. So it has higher kinetic energy, or it moves faster and hit the sides of bottles more often. That's it. Next number, C. A bottle of perfume is left in a room. The top is taken off the bottle. The smell of the perfume eventually fills the room. What is the name of this process? Circle the correct answer. So the correct one for the bottle perfume example is always diffusion, because the air particle diffuse from inside the bottle. From higher concentration, it is spread out to the air in the room. So this process is called diffusion. For number 3, we see Chen looks at different sound traces with an oscilloscope. This here, different type of sound wave. In here is represented by oscilloscope. Describe what is happening to the sound from A to B. Choose word from decreases, increases, stay the same. The pitch of the sound, the pitch is the frequency. In here is the wave is more dense, and then decrease in density and become rare and become very wide wavelength. So in here we can say that the frequency is decrease, because frequency is how packed is the wave arranged. This is packed, this is less packed, lesser packed, this is very rare. Frequency decreases. The pitch of the sound decreases. The frequency and the pitch is the same. The volume of the sound, the volume is determined by the amplitude. So we see in here, if we measure this one from the middle, If we measure from the middle, it will be like this, like this, like this, like this. It is just the same length from here to here. This is the amplitude. So this is here to here. 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 This is the amplitude from the midline to the top. So it's just the same. So we can say it. This is amplitude. It is just the same. And the volume is determined by the amplitude, so it stays the same. So stay the same. I think that's it for today. We'll continue in the next video. Number 4, this question is about completing a key to identify these 4 arthropods: N, V, millipede, centipede. Now let's see the question A. I minimize the scale. So if you would like to take a screenshot for this question, you can do. And then this is for 4A. This is the whole question for 4A. You can take screenshot and you can try to do. Then only you can see the solution, which right after this. Now I magnify it again. I zoom it out again. The question is about and V, and then millipede and centipede. Look at the key. The statement for boxes A, B, and C are missing. Use the diagram to complete A, B, and C. Arthropods. A, and then in here go yes, and here go no. The difference between this and V and millipede, centipede is this is a group of insects, and this is has many legs. The characteristic of insect is it has three body parts, that is head, thorax, and abdomen, while centipede and millipede has many segments along its body and has many legs. So the main thing that differentiates these two groups is divided into three body divided into three parts, that is head, thorax is the chest, and abdomen. If yes, it means this belongs to the B and N. If no, it means this is to the group of centipede and millipede. Now, what is the things that differentiate between B and N? Let's see again. B and N. In here we can see B has wings, while N doesn't have wing. So in here, yes will be wing, has wing. Yes for B and no for N. Now, what is the difference between centipede and millipede? In here, if we see clearly, each segment of centipede only has one pair of legs. Well, if in here in millipede, if we see each segment has two pairs of legs. So that's the main difference between centipede and millipede. So centipede has one pair of legs, while millipede has two, so no. So these are the answer for the diagram. Now let's see question B. Spider also belong to arthropod group. If one feature which separates a spider from the other four arthropods. As we know, spider has 8 legs. For spider in here we use plural. The spiders have 8 legs. While insects only has 6 legs. While centipede and millipede has many legs. So that's the main difference between spider and other arthropods. Now let's go to number 5. Is question number 5. I zoom in out so you can see the whole question 5. A, B. This question A, 5A and B. Now you can screenshot for 5A and we see this one question 5A. This 5A. Okay. What is the question for 5A? Let's see, investigate the reaction of the element carbon. Leslie uses a Bunsen burner to heat carbon. She lets the carbon burn in air. She then puts the burning carbon into a jar of oxygen. The diagram shows the apparatus Leslie uses. This is jar of oxygen here, burning carbon, and universal indicator solution. Question A. Carbon is an element. What is the chemical symbol for carbon? So the answer will be C. The chemical symbol for carbon is C. We take from the first letter of carbon. So as easy as that. Now let's see next. Question B. The carbon reacts with oxygen to make a gas. What is the name of this gas? So carbon and oxygen. So we just take the one has carbon and oxygen become oxide. So this will be the answer, carbon dioxide. That is the clue to do this question. Oxygen and carbon. Carbon dioxide. The gas turned universal indicator solution orange suggests a pH value for the solution. For pH in the middle is neutral 7 and this is heading to smaller number. This is heading to 14. This will be from blue to violet. This will be from yellow and then going to orange and red. So orange is somewhere here. Yes, or somewhere here. So it must be around 4 or 5. So we just write in here 4. That's it. Next, we see number 6. The diagram shows a black scabbard fish from the Atlantic Ocean. The fish is adapted to live in a very deep water where there is very little light. Describe how this fish is adapted to live where there is very little light. Little light means the environment is dark, so the color of the fish itself is black. Adapted means very little light. So very little light, we can see big eyes in here, a large or big eyes. It has a large, it has large eyes. It has large eyes. It has large eyes. And then for question B, the black scabbard fish is a fast-moving predator. Suggest how the color of the fish help it to make a successful predator. As it says on the top, is it has a black color. So how the color help to make a successful predator? The color black, it camouflage with the environment, with its environment. Describe the other two adaptations that suggest that the fish is a fast-moving predator. So we can see from here it has a long and thin head and gill. This is fin along its body. So we write a long and thin head. And then a little bit more precise is a long, small, and thin head. And then it has fin along its body. This is the whole thing that we discussed today, number 4. This is the whole thing of number 4. And then this is for B. And this is number 5. Number 5, A, B. Number 5B. And then this is number 6. Number 6, you can take screenshot and you can keep it in your phone or laptop so you can learn again. This if I zoom in, I mean. Number 3, you may take a screenshot. This is number 3. Sorry, this is number 4. We start from number 4. And then this is number 4. And then this is number 4B. And this is number 5. This is the question for 5A and B, B1 and B2. This is the question 6A and question 6A, 6B here, B1 and B2. And that's it for today. Let's see number 7. Angelique finds information about the stopping distance of cars. The stopping distance is the distance a car moves after the driver wants to stop the car. This is 32 and until 112. This is thinking distance, 6 to until 21. This is braking distance. Angelique calculates the stopping distance for a car with a speed of 32. Here is her calculation. to 32. Stopping distance is 6 plus 6 equals 12. Now here's the question. Calculate the stopping distance for a car with a speed of 112. 112 we see from here is 21 plus 75. So we write 21 plus 75. So 21 plus 75. This will be equals to, let's see, x 6 and 96. So it is 96 meter. This is a question for 7A. Now let's see the question for 7B. Describe the pattern in the information for thinking distance. Complete the sentence. As the speed increases by 16 km per hour, the thinking distance. Now let's analyze this. 16 km per hour. 16 km per hour. So this is 16 km per hour. Now let's see from here to here. This is different by 16. And this is the same. Each step is different by 16. So the thinking distance, the question is thinking distance. Let's see the question thinking distance. This is 3. 6 to 9 is 3. The same thing 3. So each step is increased by 3. So describe the pattern in the information for thinking distance. As the speed increases by 16, the thinking distance will be increased by 3 meters. So let's see the thinking distance. Will increase by 3 meters, as we have seen from above. 3 meters. We write 3 meters here. Increase by 3 meters. That's it. Next number. Predict what the thinking distance will be at 128 km per hour. 128 km per hour. The question is for thinking distance. So let's check it out. 128. 128 is not there. So we just have to add 12, 16 in here. 112 plus 16 is 128. So this is 128 in here. It is the next one. Kilometer per hour. It means this I have to plus 3 become 24 meters. So thinking distance is 24 meters. So it will be 24 meters. You can see from above here is 24 meters. Now let's see question D. Let's see question D. The speed of the car doubles from 32 to 64. Answer the question choosing words from. this of this. What happens to the thinking distance from 32 to 64? So from 32 to 64, thinking distance. Let's check it out. 32 to 64 is here. 32 to 64 is here. 32 to 64 is double. Thinking distance is the question, so we have to check from here to here. So this is 6 to 12, so it's also double. So this is double, and the thinking distance is also double. So let's answer this out. This is doubles. What happened to the braking distance from 32 to 64? Let's see, braking distance. 32 to 64, braking distance here. So we choose 6 here, braking distance. To 24, from here to here is 4 times. 4 times. So the answer will be more than double. More than double. More than double. What happens to the stopping distance from 32 to 64? Now the question is stopping distance. 32 to 64. Stopping distance is thinking distance plus braking distance from 32 to 34. So 32 to 64. So we have to add 6 plus 6 in here is 12, the stopping distance. In here is 12 plus 24 is equals to 36. So 24 to 36 is the stopping distance. From here to here is 3 times, so it's more than double. It's 3 times, so it's more than double. So our answer will be more than double. Next question, number 8. Salvia investigate the rusting of iron. She put iron nails into 3 different test tubes. Each test tube contains different conditions. The test tubes are then left for 1 week. The diagram shows the test tube after 1 week. The iron nail A rust. This is because the nail react with water and a gas found in air. What is the name of this gas? For rusting of iron, it should be oxygen. Oxygen. Okay, let's see in here. Question B. Complete the sentences about the investigation. The iron nail B did not rust. B did not rust because the iron nail in B did not rust because the water is boiled, so the air or the oxygen is eliminated. The oxygen is not present in the water. For the rusting process, there are 2 things needed, that is oxygen and water. In here, water is there, the water is there, but the oxygen is not there. So because oxygen is not present. Why is it not present? Because the water is boiled. So all the oxygen gas escape. The iron nail in tube C did not rust because it is dry air, but of course there's oxygen, but there's chemical used to remove water, so water is not present. Remember, for rusting process, both oxygen and water must present to do the rusting process. Water is not present. Okay. Next is rusting is a reaction that is not useful. Explain why rusting is not a useful reaction. It damage the iron and cannot be used anymore. It damages the iron and cannot be used anymore. Next number 9. Here makes an electromagnet. This iron coil of insulated wire, switch and cells. Here want to make a stronger electromagnet. What does he do? Circle 2 correct answer. Of course, we have to add another cells and add more coils. So it will increase. Next is number 10. Okay, we'll do number 10, 11, 12 in the next video. If we add another switch, it does not affect the power of electromagnet. Also the same thing, we change the iron to wooden, it will not increase because wooden is not a good conductor. If we remove the iron, it will also decrease. If we remove the switch, then it will not also increase. If we turn the cell around, it only will turn the direction of current, it will not increase the electromagnet. Okay, that's all. And look at the diagram of a human skeleton here. Now, name the tissue which makes up the skeleton. Give a two function of the skeleton. So, I zoom it out so it can fit one function. If you would like to take screenshot and learn it. Now let's answer the question. The tissue, of course, is bone tissue. Alright, bone tissue. Give two functions of the skeleton. The first one is, of course, to support the body. Support the body. The second one is to protect the internal organ. Of course, you can give other answer like to give the shape to the body And let's move on to number 11. Jamila investigate the reaction of different metals with hydrochloric acid. The metals are magnesium, zinc, and iron. To measure how long it takes for the reaction with each metal to make 50 cm³ of hydrogen gas, she thinks these variables are important in her investigation. A. The metal used. B. The volume of hydrochloric acid used. C. The concentration of the hydrochloric acid used. D. The time to make 50 cm³ of hydrogen gas. E. The temperature of the room. Which latter shows the variable Jamila change? Since Jamila want to investigate the reaction of different metal, of course she has to make the type of metal different. In this case, she has to change the metal used because different type of metals. B. Next question. Which letter shows the three letters Jamila keeps the same? The same is the control variable should be the volume of hydrochloric acid has to be the same, the concentration of the hydrochloric acid used, and E is the temperature of the room. This has to be kept the same, or we call this as control variable. Next, which letter shows the variable Jamila measures to find out which metal reacts the fastest? So A, B, C, E. Now we have not used D. D is the answer for here. Why? Because the time to make 50 cm³ of hydrogen gas can give us information which metal react the fastest by looking at the shortest time. Jamila predict that hydrochloric acid will react fastest with zinc. Look at her result in here. Magnesium, iron, zinc. Magnesium takes only 50 seconds to produce 50 cm³ of gas, while iron takes 280 seconds to produce the same amount of gas. Zinc takes 200 seconds to produce the same amount of gas. So in here we can see that the shortest time taken to produce that gas is magnesium. It means magnesium is the most reactive. So as Jamila predict that fastest with zinc, so the answer is not correct because zinc does not take the shortest time. The answer should be no. The reason is zinc take longer time than magnesium to produce gas, TCM of hydrogen gas, to produce 50 cm of cube of hydrogen gas. That's the answer. Now let's move on to question 12. Class 9 have a quiz about our solar system. Complete the answers. Mercury, Earth, and Mars are three of the inner planets of our solar system. What is the name of the other inner planet? For this, we have to have the mnemonic. So, how to remember name of planet in our solar system? For me, I use me, them, and Jason. M stands for Mercury, V stands for Venus, E stands for Earth, and M stands for Mars, J stands for Jupiter, S stands for Saturn, U for Uranus, and N for Neptune. So and here, what's the name of the other inner planet? This is the inner one, inner planet. This 4 is inner planet. Mercury, Earth, Mars. Mercury, Earth, Mars, and the other one will be Venus. Most distant planet from Earth was Pluto. Pluto has now been classified as a dwarf planet instead of a planet. What is the name of the most distant planet from Earth? It will be, last is Neptune, N. Next number. What is the name of the object that all planets in our solar system orbit? All planets orbiting the Sun. That is the center of our solar system. Question B, class 9, look at the photograph at the night sky. Lines. A camera normally lets light into it for a second. The camera that took this photograph let light into it for 30 minutes. What objects in the night sky make the lines on the photograph? You can see that the dot thing is the star, and the things moving like lines and in circle line is the also star. Explain why they look like lines. The Earth rotation, because our Earth rotate on its axis, make them seem to move. The Earth rotation, because of the Earth rotation, make them seem to move in circular motion. So the Earth rotation make them seem to move in circular motion. That's all for paper 1. This is the last number. So number 11. Number 11. A. 11B. You can take a screenshot if you like. And then this is number 12A. And then this is 12B. And that's it. This is the whole paper of Science Checkpoint Paper 1, October 2019 for lower secondary. Please do subscribe to get more videos of other science checkpoint or math checkpoint, because there are so many useful links in the description. You just click the triangle button under this video in the YouTube, and all the useful video links will show up there. For any question or comment, you can write in the comment or any request for past paper, I will surely reply to you. Thank you so much. May this video help you. See you. Bye and God bless you. If you like to take a screenshot of this question, I'll zoom it out for you. And this is question page number 1. And then this is question 1A. 1A. This is 1B. And this is question 2A, and this is question 2B and 2C. You can take a screenshot. This is question 3. Question 3. And question 3. This is the whole question. This is question 4A. 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 4A, and this is 4B. 4B, and this is question 5. 5A. 5A. To take screenshot, you can use Microsoft Snip and Sketch. Just install free from Google or Chrome. This is 5B, and this is question 6AB. This is question 7A, and then 7A, 7B, and this is 7C, 7D, and then this is question 8, AB, question 8A, question 8B and C. This is question 9. This is question 10 that we did just now, 10A and B. Hi guys, today we are going to discuss Cambridge Checkpoint Secondary 1, Science Paper 2, October 2019, Paper 1113/02. Let's get started with number 1. This is question number 1. I make it smaller. You can take screenshot if you like to, and you can try to do before we discuss. That's one way of practicing for science checkpoint. So this is number 1, and then this is number 2, and then this is number 3, and this is number 4, and this is number 5, and this is number 6, 6A, and then this is number 6B, and then followed by 6C. You may take a screenshot, and then this is number 7, 7A, and then 7B. And let's get started with question 1. The diagram shows the process of photosynthesis in a leaf of a plant. Complete the diagram. Choose words from the list. There are 6 words to choose. So energy from in here, definitely the sunlight. sunlight. So we write sunlight here. Sunlight. Uses something from the air. It must be a gas from the air, so our choice will be carbon dioxide. And then take in something from through the roots. So from the root it absorbs water, and that is the important thing. So we have three answers: water through the roots, and makes, this is definitely not, it makes glucose. Make glucose. So this is all our answer with a choice of these 6 choices. Now let's see number 2. Sedimentary rocks are formed in layers. Look at the diagrams of layers of sedimentary rocks. A, B, C, D, E. This is fossils. Which layer has the youngest fossil? Logic. If we use logic, the youngest fossil will be in the upper part, so it should be A.
So it's A, because it is the top part, contains the youngest fossil.
Well, we talk about metamorphic rocks. It is rocks made through high pressure and high temperature. So of course they do not normally contain fossil because it's too hot and the pressures is too high. So this should be our answer: high temperature, high pressure. That is the characteristic of metamorphic rocks. Now, Carlos, calculate the density of an object. The object has a mass of a 450 gram. The object has a volume of 50 centimeter cube. Calculate the density of the object. Density in here, we are given a clue. It has the unit of gram over centimeter cube. So what we have to do is 450, which is gram over 50 cm cube. So it matches with this unit. Now we just have to simplify. It become 9 cm, 9 gram over cm cube. So the answer is 9, because 450 divided by 50 is 9. So it's not difficult. For question 3b, Carlos knows the density of different metals. This is density, this is different metals. Carlos has a piece of each of the 5 metals. Each piece of metal has the same volume. Which piece of metal has the greatest mass? Circle the correct answer. So if we refer to our formula, volume equals to mass over density. So we have the triangle formula. Mass is at the top, and then down is volume and density. So if you want to find the volume, we just have to divide mass at the top over density. This is the density. This is the volume. Now we have to compare mass. So mass is volume times density. Since all has the same volume, so mass is equals to volume times density. So it has the same. This is the same. So we have to compare the density because density and mass is direct proportion. It means the greater density, it will give the greater mass since the volume is the same. So density, the highest density in here we get is for copper. This is 9. It means the highest or the greatest mass is copper. Next question. Jamila does an experiment with light. She does the experiment in a dark room. Here is the apparatus she uses. This is white light, this is red filter, this is green filter, and this is the screen. What does she see on the screen? In here, white light, when it passes through the red filter, it will let only red light. So what will pass through here is only the red light. So red light here, so only red light will pass. Only red is pass. And it will absorb all the other color. So the red will pass here and reach the green filter. Since green filter only allow green to pass, only allow green to pass. So only green. But the source in here does not have any green spectrum. It only has single red spectrum. Since it does not have green, it means nothing will pass. It means nothing will pass. So when we nothing will pass. Green filter. Since it only let green spectrum pass. So nothing will reach here. So nothing, no spectrum of light will reach of light will reach the screen. So what does she see on the screen? Uh, she will see dark screen. You will see dark screen or black screen. You will see dark screen or black screen. Let's move on. Next, explain your answer. As I have explained above, is red filter only allows red spectrum to pass, and the red rays that reach green filter will be absorbed, so no rays or spectrum will reach the screen, so it will appears as dark screen, so and or black screen. So this red will be absorbed by the green, and since green only allow green ray to pass, since there's no green ray, so nothing will pass green filter. Okay, that's it. Next, number 5. The question is about physical changes during adolescence. Complete the table by describing one physical change that occurs during adolescence. Only in males, only in females, and both male and female. Only in males, example of a physical change during adolescence. Only in males, it will be the voice. The voice gets deeper, since it happen only in boys. Only in female is the hips gets wider for female. So one of the example, you can write other example, it's also loud. So male voice gets deeper, and then only in female hips gets wider, and for males we can say hair started to grow on face, and then for female also we can give another option of answer, that is the breast gets bigger. What happened in both males and females? In both male and female, um, we can write one of these answer: underarm hairs grows, or pubic hairs grows, or growth rate increase. This is the what happened only in boys. Testes started to produce sperm cells, and there are 5 other options. For girls is ovaries start to release egg cells. So you can choose one of these answer. So growth rate increase. Growth rate increase. Now we go to number 6. A class of 20 students measure their body temperatures. The thermometer shows the body temperature of student number 20. The table shows the results for 19 students. So this is all 19 students. The result for student number 20 is missing. What is the body temperature of these students? Write your answer in the table. In here we can see it is 36.8, because this is 2 steps before 37, so 36.8. Okay, let's see. This is just reading data question, so it's not really difficult. Complete the tally box for all 20 students by counting the number of students at each temperature. Some of the rows have been done for you. We just have to count 36.6, 36.6 in here. count 36.6. 36.6 is not there. 36.7. 36.7 is also not there. 36.8 and 36.9. Let's check it out. 36.8 is only one here. 1. 36.8. 1. So we write 1 here. 36.8 is 1. So this is 1. 36.9, we have to check this out. 36.9. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's 4. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and this should be 4. Let's check this out. The total should be equals to 20. This is 5 plus 7, 12. 12 plus 5 is 17. 17 plus 3 is all total up to 20. So it's correct. But this is none, 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 and none. Now let's see. Use the grid to represent the results from the completed tally box in part B. So part B, I make this a bit smaller. So we start from 36.8, 36.8, and then we finish at 37.3. And the highest is only 7, the highest data in here. So 36.8. Let's check this out. This is how many interval? 1, 2, 3, 4. So this, I just make middle part in here. This one. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, so I can start from 37.3 here. So I start from 37.3 and 37.2, 37.1 and 37.0 and 36.9. It will be 36.8. This will be 36.7, and this will be here. So if I make this bigger, this one is 36.7 will be here. Okay, so I just make this one here. This is the line. Now going up, we have the data of, so I make this one more nicely here. 37.3, and then the vertical axis will be from 0 up to 7. So just make this one 0. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then go up to 7. That's it. So this is the number of students, and then this is the temperature. So we label in here is number of students, and then this will be the temperature. And the unit is in degrees Celsius. Now let's just match this up. 36.8 is 1. So 36.8 is 1. So we put 1 here. 36.9 is 4, and then 7 and 5 to 1. So 4, 7, 5. So 37.1 is 5. 37.1 is 5. 37.2 is 2. 37.2 is 2. And 37.3 is 1. It's 1. So then we'll have, if we connect, this will be like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. So this is our charge that represent the tally box. Okay, now let's see number 7, our last number for today. The diagram shows part of the structures of an atom of helium. There are 3 types of particle in an atom. This diagram shows only 2 types of the particle. Name the particles labeled Z. Z is something move around in the orbital or electron shells. It orbit the nucleus. So this must be the electron. Name the particles that are missing from the diagram. So since a atom has pan, P for proton, E for electron, and N for neutron. So it's easy to remember pan. So neutron is there, electron is there, so it must be proton. Draw a diagram on the correct position and number the missing particles. Since in a neutral atom, number of proton is equals to number of electron. Since in here there are 2 electron, it means there are 2 proton in the middle in a nucleus. So we have drawn correctly. Number 7b, the diagram shows the group of periodic table that contains helium. The elements are in the same order as they appear in periodic table, so this is the same group. Which element in the group has the largest atomic number? Since is in the same group from up to down, as we go to the bottom, the atomic number will be the largest at the end, so it's radon. Describe how the radius of the atom changes as you go down the group. As you go down the group, this is the period is increasing. This is as we go down one more step, it means the period is increasing by 1, so it means the layers of the electron shells also become more. So this is 1, this will be 2, this will be 3, this will be 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and as it goes down, it will be more and more. 4, 5, this will be 6, yeah. So the radius, of course, as the electron shells is more and the period is more, it must be increase. So it increases as we go down the group. That's it for today, and let's get started. This is question 8. You might take the screenshot if you like to study, try to do, and then after that we can see the discussion. So this is question 8, and then this is still question 8, A, B. And then this is question 9, A, 9A, 9N1, 9A2, 9A1, and 9A2. This is question 9B. This is question 9B. And this is question 10. 10. So this is question 10, and this is question 10A and 10B. And then this will be, the next is question 11. This is the question 11. And then this is the question of question 11. This is the question for question 11. Then this is question 12. Then this will be question 13. Circle the correct answer here. There are 4 choices here. This is question 14. Make it smaller a little bit. Question 14. And this is question 15. This is question 15. A. 15A. And then 15B. 15B. That's it. Question 15A and 15B. Now let's move back to question 7. Question 8, I mean. Light is reflected from different surfaces. This is rough surface. This is smooth surface. What is the law of reflection? Complete the sentence. The angle of reflection equals to the angle of. If there is reflection, then we will know the term of incidence. So the answer for this will be incident. So this is incident. See this one? I, incident. So this is the answer. The angle of reflection equals to angle of incidence. The reflections on rough and smooth surfaces surfaces are different. Write down one difference. In here we can see that the reflected ray goes to all direction. Now in here the reflected rays goes in one direction. So one difference is in a rough surface, the light is reflected in all direction, while in smooth surfaces the light is reflected in one direction. In rough surfaces, the light is reflected in all directions, while in smooth surfaces, the light is reflected in one direction. So we can see from here, this is one direction. This is a uniform on one direction. This is reflected ray. You can see from the arrow here. And this is the reflected ray in random or direction or scattered direction. Now let's move to next number. Question 9. Many plants depend on insects such as bees for reproduction. Look at the diagram on a pollen grain viewed with a microscope. Name the part of a flower that makes the pollen grain. We see part of flower. This picture shows different parts of flower. This petal, anther, and then stamen. This is the male part, and this one in green is female part. This is stigma, ovary, and ovule. So the one that make the pollen grain is the anther in this part. Okay, you may take a screenshot to see the structures of flower and different function that is included in here. So the answer for this is anther. Number A.2. This pollen grain is adapted to be carried by insects. This is a diagram to show how it is adapted. You can see that this is spiky. So it is spiky. So it can attach to the insect's body. So it is spiky. You can see the spike from here. This is the spike here. So this is all the spike here. So it has high chances to stick to the insect's body. Again, this is the review for the function of different parts of flower. So this is sepals. Sepals is here. This is sepals, so to protect the unopened flower. Petals is here. Maybe brightly colored to attract insects. Here is purple. Stamen is the middle part of the flower, consists of anther held up on a filament. So it's a set of filament and anther. This is anther, this is filament. So it forms stamen. Anther is the one that produces pollen grain. Stigma is this part. This part here is the top of a female part of flower which collect pollen grains, ovary in here, and this is ovule. Ovary produce the female sex cells that contain in ovules. So nectary is this one. Nectary produces sugary solution called nectar which attract insects. Now let's move to question B. The following diagram shows the same pollen grains after it has landed on the stigma of a flower. Explain what is happening to the pollen grain and why this is necessary for reproduction to be completed. What is happening to the pollen grain after it has landed? After it has landed on a stigma, the pollen start to grow, so the pollen grain starts to grow until it reaches the ovule inside the ovary. Why is this necessary? So the nucleus from the anther may reach the ovule and fuse with it and make the fertilization happen. Make the fertilization to form gamete. So the pollen grain starts to grow until it reaches the ovule inside the ovary. Why is this necessary? So the nucleus from the anther may reach the ovule and fuse with it and make the fertilization to form gamete. You can see here as the pollen landed on the correct species of flower on the stigma, it starts to grow, forming the pollen tube until it reaches the ovule inside the ovary, and then the nucleus of pollen and the ovary will fuse and fertilization will happen to form a gamete that eventually will produce a seed. In here I make the process of fertilization to form gamete. Okay, now let's check this question 10. Mia investigate 3 types of soil ABC. She wants to find how much water each soil can hold. She adds 20 centimeter cube of water to the same volume of each soil. So same amount of water is poured. She collects the water that comes through in a measuring cylinder. This is the measuring cylinder. Look at the results of Mia's investigation. Match the letters of the soil to the correct name of the soil. Let's see, soil A has the highest amount of water passed through the soil. It means soil A has very small, less ability to absorb water. So in this case, it will be sandy soil, while the soil which let water pass the least is soil B. It means soil B absorb most of the water. So in this case is the clay soil, while soil C is the middle, because soil middle is the, in this case is loam soil, is the combination between clay and sandy. It makes loam soil. So we review the back to the characteristic of soil. Soil is the mixtures of tiny particles of rock that plants and animals, airs and water. Sandy soil is pale color and it creates lots of small air gaps, so water drains through them easily. That's why sandy soil will let most of the water pass through it. It doesn't absorb as good as clay soil. Clay soil is usually sticky and they contain very few air gaps, so water does not drain through it easily, while loam soil is a mixture of both. Now, let's see question B. Loam soil contains small pieces of decaying plants. What name describes these pieces of decaying plant? Choose from the list. Decaying plant is humus. Let's go to next question. Question 11. The diagram shows a room can be heated. The arrow shows the direction of air movement. Heater is here, so the air goes up and form a cycle and go back to the where the heater is, and that is a cycle. So use the diagram to complete the sentences. At A, warm air rises because it is less dense. When air rises, it means it's less dense. Because the distance between particles in warm air is greater. As they are warmer, they vibrate more, they move more, so the distance between particle A is less, is more, and it causes it to be less dense. While at B, cool air sinks, so because it is denser, because the temperature is lower, so the particles between the air particles at B is nearer, and that's why they are denser. So this process, this cycle process, is called convection current. Now let's see number 12. Pierre reacts metal compounds with acid to make three different salts. The table shows the metal compound and the salts he makes. Complete the table to show the acid he uses in each reaction. Metal compound is calcium carbonate. In here the salt form is calcium, so calcium and calcium is there. What we don't have is night carbonate and then nitrate. To get the answer of the acid, we just have to see the salt form, in this case salt form. So it's nitrate, so the acid is connected to this. It must be an acid that contains nitrate, is nitric acid. Nitric acid. Now let's see B, sodium hydroxide. This is an alkali. React with an acid, sodium sulfate. So we see in here, we see the sulfate. While sodium and sodium is the same. So sulfate, an acid that contains sulfate, is sulfuric acid. sulfuric acid. Well, in C, potassium hydroxide, you can see this is the same, the metal, and this is the salt. So we just have to refer to chloride. An acid that contains chloride is chloric acid. So the clue is there. This is the same. This is the same. And this is the same. We just have to adjust the name to correct name of acid. Let's see number 13. Birds can live in cold places. They trap air between their feathers. Why does this help to keep birds warm? Circle the correct answer. Trap air is a good. For keep the birds warm, it should be an insulator. So this is the only choice that has word insulator. So this must be our answer. Number 14. A group of students are doing field work near their school. They choose the correct apparatus for some activities. Draw lines to match each piece of apparatus to the activity. So net usually is to sampling aquatic insects in a small stream, net. So, and then pitfall trap. Pitfall trap is this one. Collecting ground-dwelling animals so it can trap in here, which are active and hunt at night. Now, the quartered frame is one way of sampling the plant in an area of grassland. This is quartered plant. Next, this is number 15. Aiko wants to measure different quantities in an electrical circuit. She connects the electrical circuits. Complete the sentences. The circuit diagram shows this is in one direction. There's no branch. So this must be a series circuit. A series circuit. We write a series. A series circuit has no branch. It's all in one direction, in one channel. The component shown by A is an ammeter. This is to measure the current in the circuits. The component measures current in the circuits. Now, she connects the electrical circuits by this way. In here, we can see there is one channel and then second channel. This is voltmeter. Complete the sentences. The diagram shows a parallel circuits. If it has more than one channel, it is a parallel circuits. And then the component V shown is voltmeter to measure the potential difference. The component measure the potential difference across the lamp. So that's it. Today we have covered question 8 until 15. And if you like to take a screenshot of all the mark scheme, this is number 8. This is number 8. This is 8A, and then this is 8A and B, and then this is question 9A.1, and this is question 9A.2. This is question 9B, 9B, question 9b, and this is question 10. This is 10a. This is question 10b, 10a, and 10b. This is question 11. This is question 11. This is question 11. This is question 12. This is question 13. And this is question 14. And this is question 15. A and 15B. And that's it for today. We'll continue question 16 and so on till the end in the okay, let's finish question 16 since the last question, and we are done with all these past paper. Question 16. This is question 16, and then this is the list of metals in reactivity series, and this is 16A, B, and C. Now let's get it done. The diagram shows some of the metals in the reactivity series. So this one: potassium, sodium, calcium, aluminum, iron, tin, lead, copper, silver, and gold. This is least reactive, and this is the most reactive at the top. Iron reacts with dilute acid but not with cold water. Let's see iron. Write down one metal that reacts with both dilute acid and cold water. So if it reacts with both, it means it should be more reactive than iron itself. So we have to choose something above iron. Choose your answer from the list in the diagram. So something above iron that is very reactive, I can choose potassium is the most reactive. So I just write potassium in here. And then copper reacts with silver nitrate but not with lead nitrate. So copper reacts with silver but not lead. Let's see position of copper, silver, and lead. Copper is here, silver is here, and lead is here. So copper react with silver. It says copper react with silver. So you mean copper can displace silver from its nitrate solution, nitrate compound. So copper can react. Because copper is above silver, copper is more reactive than silver, but not with lead. What's the reason? Because lead is more reactive, so copper cannot displace lead nitrate from its solution. Explain why copper is more reactive. Because it is above silver. The position is above silver. See here, copper is more reactive. Copper is above silver, so copper is more reactive than silver and less reactive than lead. So we can see copper is below lead in this list. When copper reacts with silver nitrate, two products are formed. Write down the name of these two products. So copper is Cu plus silver nitrate. They will be exchanged in here, become copper nitrate. So copper nitrate. So the product is copper nitrate. And then silver will be alone, so and silver. and leave the silver metal. So in this case, copper displaces silver from its compound. So silver now become alone. The reason is copper is more reactive than silver. So copper is above silver in the list. So this is question 16. This is the answer. Question 16A. This is question 16. This is question 16A and 16B. And this is question 16C. Okay, that's all for this past paper. It's finished. So this all the past paper of Science Checkpoint Paper 2, question 8 till 16. So today we have discussed Science Checkpoint Paper 2, October 2019 for lower secondary, question 8 until 16. Please do subscribe for more videos of another past paper 2019 because we are going to cover all, and ring the bell so you can get notification when the new video is ready to study. And check the link in the description under this video. In my channel there is this symbol, you click and there's so many useful links there in the description section. Please share to anybody that you know is, will need this, because sharing and subscription is absolutely free. And at the end of this video, at the end screen, there is S button that you can click to subscribe, or you can subscribe in the subscribe button like this under this video. Thank you so much. I hope it be useful to you. If there's any question or need further explanation or comment or request, please feel free to write in the comments. We'll surely reply to you. Thank you and God bless you.